champions in MPL Philippines. JP, one of the first ever back-to-back MPL PH champions with Sunsparks. And we have a saying here in the Philippines, sana all.
Sana
all. Hope all. We hope that you were players like JP, like Haji, who knew how to adjust to their roles and not just forcing specific one, even though you know other people already. Like,
huge shout-outs to the auto lockers out there in our ranked games. Please be mindful of the transition. And yeah, the transition comes to this. Our referees. Here are our marshals who will officiate the match. The insured defense of the games, Chico, Jeff, Patrick, and that awesome guy.
You know what? They all pick the fill role, by the way, for their RGs.
Wow. That's half.
Their dream of setting the new win streak record was snapped last night by AP Bren. But after a legendary duel against the reigning world champs, the Echo Express looked to restart their engines hot against their rivals. Get loud and proud for Echo! It has been a shaky season for the Codebreakers as they continue to solve their own code. But led by champions, world champions, and seasoned veterans, they look to get momentum rolling against the Orcas. Truly top tier, it's Blacklist International! And their coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Bonchan. MPL Arena, welcome to the last match of Week 3. Another chapter to the Echo and Blacklist rivalry.
And the lineup is up for Echo.
Okay, we got this formation from Echo. It's outplayed Zyda, Sanji, Sanford, and JP here today. This lineup, we've seen them before. They found success as well before, and they're going to make it work. I think with this lineup, though, we really have to paint a picture for Zyda. He has to be able to pull this off against what we talked about before, you know, in the jungle specifically, winning those retry battles against a very Sensui Instinct, Ultra Instinct player. Not only that, but the Sansan duo themselves, they have to pull things off through that by putting pressure on the map.
Yeah, and Blacklist International will be rocking Oheb, Sensui, Yue, Edward, and Haji. I'm glad that you mentioned there the Ultra Instinct of Sensui. Zyda has been tremendous for a long time now. The 2 seasons in MDL Philippines where he became a champion. And now here in MPL Philippines so far, undefeated in the Nolan. You have 2 junglers with different play styles in terms of what kind of heroes they love to play in the jungle. The difference is Zyda has that Nolan, which needs to be respected by Blacklist, but they're shared in the tanky junglers as well. But Zyda's a little bit more aggressive. He likes trying to look for kills and finding advantage before he fully goes in.
And one thing also to note that also, Sensui also plays the Nolan. And you've mentioned about the Sensui instincts. It's all about how they contest with the major objective, the Lord Steals. At some point we call him the Man of Steel. on getting that major objectives in. Look at this ratio from the team head-to-head. A lot of differences, but mostly Blacklist is always with the kill participation, always a one unit rotating, and always about the objectives against Echo.
With that, I would say for what we've seen from Blacklist International so far is them still trying to find their footing, at least in this season, you know, making things work here. And as we take a look at the head-to-head between the roamers, like we talked about earlier, how they transition from core to now roam, these guys play in a huge role. I mean, very similar even in the hero pool. But with this, it comes down to Haji for the most part. He is a playmaker in that roam role, and it's worked for them. And JP, he can be the same. It just he adjusts a little bit to the play style, especially when you throw out Outplayed and Zyda here. That's kind of the biggest difference we have to watch here from Echo in this matchup.
Yeah, and as we look at the Infinix keys to victory for Echo, Zy, dance your way to victory. Play around Zyda. Allow him to shine. He's been doing it so far in the games that he's played this season, the 2 matches that he's helped win for Echo, so go ahead and do it. And while for Blacklist International, same thing for your jungler. Channel Sensui's Ultra Instinct. Allow him to get space, be able to rotate with him so much better and so much cleaner so that you can get those objectives. And again, reset, then fight again. These 2 teams are great at the objective team fights, at the reset and fighting again. Just when you thought they'd lose a fight, suddenly out of nowhere they'll pull a play to make sure that they get something back.
Yep, this is a match of 2 world champions.
Yeah.
Echo and Blacklist International. Again, yesterday, both came from a loss. But now we're about to see some hungrier and motivational team who's going to get that points right away. Again, we're at the 3rd week of the regular season. A lot of things could be still at stake and could be taken away. But right now, this is your chance to join the MPL Philippines live stream. Viewer rewards are now available. Come and watch MPL Philippines and TikTok to join the goodie bag lottery and be one of the lucky winners.
All you guys have to do is head over to TikTok, wherever you're watching, head over there. Go to the official page of MPL Philippines on TikTok. It's at MPL PH_official. Click the official live stream and make sure you check up on your top left corner to join the goodie bag lottery. We've been doing this all week long for you guys. Yeah. We love to give thanks to our lovely viewers.
And there's no part of the script that's built for the analysts, so I'm feeling kind of left out, so I'll just say, please do everything they said.
Yep, because right now, even for you who's watching us right now on YouTube, Facebook, Filipino, or English, comment down your discussions. Is the meta going to work? What lineup would actually show for these 2 teams? Yep, they're really on a rush to get the first pick. We're on to the draft. Blue side goes with Echo, and red side goes with Blacklist International. But this blue side specifically is in favor for Echo.
Yeah. Looking at the bans first up before we acknowledge the Fredrin pick. By the way, Novaria, Vixano, Lilia, all available. Carry also still available as well. And please, don't forget who's going to win this. Get a chance to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds.
Sweet.
Is it #Echo, #Black? Wherever you're watching in the official YouTube streams of MPL Philippines, whether it's in the English, Filipino, MLBB Esports Official, Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America. Oh, not in North America. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, MPL Philippines, wherever. Comment #Echo or #BLCK for a chance to win 1,000 diamonds.
We'll be picking 2.
Yeah, we'll be picking 2. With your game and server ID, we'll pick 4 commenters. 2 from the Filipino stream, and since you're here in English, 2 from here as well. Drafts. Okay, Echo, of course, if you're Blacklist, you have to take out the Matilda, and then the Nolan, they're respecting Zyda, and they'll take out the Angela as well. One of the most highest banned heroes for teams going up against Echo is Matilda and actually that Angela. So now Echo are going to be taking away a comfort pick from Haji. They get the Minotaur for themselves. When you're up against a high dash lineup, you have the Arla that you're going up against. You want to pick up the Minotaur to potentially force out dashes earlier. For Echo, wow, they're going to be going for the Valentina, so they have a chance to be able to take away the Astral Echo as well, get information. But then at the same time, you have the Arlot ultimate that you can steal. I think we've caught up. Let's go.
Yeah, I think it's a good placing as well. That was fast. Thank you so much, Renmar.
He gets a breath now.
Yeah. Go and breathe. Because right now with the placement on the first pick of the Valentina, whoa, Akai. Probably Sensui Instincts right on the bat here, taking the Akai on their 3rd pick. I think with the settlement of having the 1st or 2nd pick, Valentina sets everything up. Because this actually says like, okay, make sure you don't have extra shoulders we can copy, because that sets up everything for Blacklist International. Because for stats, it's concerned with the mid laners, specifically for Yue, 10 flat KDA.
Pretty good KDA.
Yeah, win rate of 40% and kill participation of 87%.
Kindness is the surest path to ruination.
The other thing with the Sakai pickup, though, is now for Echo, when you have the Valentina, you have a couple options. I mean, all three of these heroes, actually, you could pick up for. We've seen this before where Valentines actually opt to take the Akai ultimate, the heavy spin, so that they keep people away from the objectives. You know, sometimes that happens, whether that's to do that, to get the lockdown, and then not to mention, even with the final slash, you copy that, that can work really well with the setup potential they already have with a Minotaur.
Yeah. For Blacklist International, a part of me is more inclined to think that they actually prioritize their jungle and roam in mid already. So part of me is thinking that this is already roam Arlot, considering that looking at their tendencies in terms of what they prioritize in the draft, that's usually the case. But they like to play around the roam EXP laner swing. So there's still a chance that this is an EXP lane Arlot. But if ever it's going to be going into the roam, I wouldn't mind it. So far with what we've seen in Echo, the roam Arlot would be great. And we saw a roam Arlot do great in the previous series, so might as well. And then you can have Edward, if he's not going to be rocking something tankier, to help handle with the front line. Maybe they're just gonna face Echo with damage. If there's a room for it later on, they can go something like along the lines of a Benne, a Paquito, MVP winning performances by Edward on those heroes. And if it's also available, if the backline looks exposed on the side of Echo, they could still go, oh, not CC. Terizla, still an option.
Yep.
Something to have the punish penalty zone set from Terizla, because the ban of Echo focusing on the Harith. One thing that stood up in my head right now with the Akai pick, Claude.
Yep.
A perfect combo to make this work. Will the Marksman be the next answer of Black International, or will it be a different hero from this point in time?
Well, Blacklist really prioritizes their gold lane advantage, so I wouldn't be surprised if the gold laner goes last and they show up their EXP or roam now. But if the gold laner...
Despair that I see the
it is Nathan.
fondest hopes.
Okay.
A rising contention rate, still 20%. And also check on the stats as well with Sanji, 80% win rate, KD at 3.0. So still good kill participation, so it actually works well with Echo, since mostly they have similarities in terms of macro-wise objectives and also wave clears.
When the body
With
suffers,
this house, they pick it up right away.
They stole it.
Say, what are they going to take into that XP lane? It's going to be the Benedetta here. Stolen, as you said, and the Roger comes through once again to round out the draft here for Echo. So Roger's been rising up. We'll see how this is able to perform this time around, though.
Well, Blacklist International, they need to match a wave clear speed rotation of the Benedetta. Lapu, the Riz, Anki, a little bit faster. Lots of options that they could go. Again, this still could be a an EXP lane Arlot, but with how it's looking like, it's like they're trying to get a great matchup for Edward, knowing that he plays a big role in this match. I think it's going to be X-Borg.
X-Borg.
Oh, no,
X-Borg's
it's
banned out.
sorry.
Either Uranus or Thams.
Uranus, Quito, also good because of the lineup that you're up against.
the hunt begins.
Oh, it's a
Or
Ruby.
Ruby. Okay, fair enough.
Fair.
Okay.
There's a whole lot of CC over here.
Oh, so XP lane Arlot. Okay.
Okay. So
Haji's on the Ruby.
Yeah, they committed that that swing. All right. So we did mention that that would be a possibility later on. So for Echo, all dive. So right now, with how it looks like, this lineup of Blacklist might actually get overwhelmed by all the dive. But if Blacklist time all their abilities well, while having a Ruby, having the heavy spin of the Akai, they need to do everything they can to protect Oheb.
Yeah, because I was thinking about the matchup of Roger over Nathan early game.
Yeah, dude. Echo literally can just throw bodies and it should be fine. But if they're not careful, they can be punished with some really good crowd controls. I think Echo, they're going to go express route here. They want to end this fast.
Yeah, they have a bus. It could still be a train in game because that thing can actually slow down Oheb's progress early game.
Yeah.
We've seen an early first blood yesterday from Roger, and it was a complete snowball. But let's kind of check on what's going to happen in this game. It's game number 1. It's Echo versus Blacklist International.
Don't forget, once again, as we get things situated here, let us know in the comments on YouTube. We're picking 2 winners for the 1,000 diamonds. All you got to do is hashtag Echo, hashtag Blacklist. and then your server ID and server numbers. And you get a chance to win the diamonds here now as the lanes kind of get assembled here. Emblem-wise, anything sticking out?
A lot of penetration there. You got 2 ruptures, one of the Bene who's on the fighter emblem, even one of the Valentina. So again, this is Echo wanting to play fast. They want to end this sub 15 minutes.
Wow. Okay, if that is their own timer on how to make this game and composition work, well, I think it's all about how the pressure of the win game, late game condition with the Nathan investment. Speaking of which, supporting and pressure up top as well. I think this is the major focus of this game. The gold lane. How will you even funnel through all of your resources to the gold lane by not having deaths against this Roger? Because Outplay, we've seen him do amazing things with different marksman hero picks, but this thing specifically up against a Nathan, he could be more quicker this time, game-wise.
Yeah, one of the things you really got to do when you're up against Roger in the gold lane is that you have to make the most out of your space creating skills. So the second skill of the Nathan, his knockback, is going to be really important for him. But now what we're seeing is that Haji is actually going to be helping the Nathan in the gold lane.
Wow.
JP's there too.
That gold lane, I mean, the pressure that they can put on with that early damage is going to help them, but really it's just, again, both teams kind of feeling things out, trying to get that level 4 available before this turtle comes up in just a couple seconds here. But even positioning down there from Blacklist International, doing the same thing, waiting for these ultimates to be available. We'll see how they play through it.
Oh, Zaida. I think he kind of felt something was there and didn't bother to check it. But now first turn's up for the grabs.
Oh, this is a 50-50.
Half health, they're gonna start it up. JP doesn't have that level 4 just yet. Jumps in there, and it's gonna be secured by Sanji. There's the heavy spin. JP with Minoan and Fury. Everybody's knocked up here at this point, but nobody falls just yet. Edward gets the flicker out, Haji as well. Sanford still on the hunt. One hit gets him there. First blood in the hands of Sanford.
Again, that's what you get with this lineup of Echo. Even though they're not going to be exactly winning that team fight, though they did, you still have to watch out for a potential chase, especially if Sanford holds on to his Petrify. And yes, Sanford held into his Petrify. He didn't use it for the turtle. They took the 50-50 for that turtle take. It was Sanji who miraculously got the last hit. He got the heavy spin instead. And Sanford still had a Petrify to continue the push and eventually get kills. Look at the rush of items here actually by Sanford. Fury Armor into the Dreadnought. So again, they are delaying the potential physical damage coming out of the side of Blacklist. That again is another signal that Echo wants to end this fast. Sub 15 minutes fast.
The wonders. The amazing crowd control wonders of the Minotaur. Still a rising, contested roam choice. And if you're up against a Ruby, Nathanson, even the Akai, or even somebody who's going to be in the front lines to make a great setup, this guy can just hold the Minoan Fury or even the Stomp right in the first moment. That's where the thing that blocks your proper setup goes for Blacklist International. He could easily just negate everything. And JB was just holding at the right moment on where to use those knockouts because he knows there's a lot of crowd controls that Blacklist can do against Echo, and that's one thing. What if at some point in the game that Echo didn't manage to do this quicker, and they have a way to penetrate the toughness of this Minotaur? And that's going to be a problem for Echo to even stay in the front line. Because right now, crowd control backs the National disrespecting the fact of the spike of Echo's composition.
See how they play it out. The crazy thing about it too is even how they only have that one kill, but Echo has that lead now. Edward in trouble, get taken out by Sanford, and now Sanford very confident with the 2 kills now on this Vendetta. That's going to just be another turtle here in the hands of Echo.
Another objective for the Orcus. Edward has been brought back to base. Now focus on. The focus right now could still be up top for Blacklist. Now the eye on Oheb.
He can go for it, get that offended on JP, but he's going to use the Minoan Fury. They disengage from there. So at this point, you're wondering, where is Blacklist International going to find a win? Because Edward having trouble once again. Zaida, Sanford together. Final slash going to come through. He's in trouble. Edward gets taken down. That's 3 for Sanford.
And that's the recall showing in. The pressure and the flank onto Edward. That's 3 in a row. And there's a trade up top being made by Blacklist. Tower being taken down, looking for ways to have an objective on their way.
Yep, and that's the trade that Blacklist is taking. Yeah, they've lost Edward in the In the bottom lane, Echo have taken all the turtles so far, but Blacklist are just saying, okay, we really need to funnel onto this Nathan, all the resources that we can get for him, all the space provided. And with the Nathan out of lane, that allows him to do a switch or a roam together with the rest of the team to try and get a few more resources and few more wins. Good thing though for Zyda is that he already prioritized the Radiant Armor, so that should delay the damage being dealt out by the Nathan just a little bit more. But let's see how Echo are going to translate this into their next major rotation, if it's going to be through a fight in the mid or to help Outplay get his turret down up top so that they can continue rotating with their gold laner, just how Blacklist is rotating with theirs.
Yeah, speaking of rotation, we're seeing Blacklist move as a
Stop.
unit right now. They left the gold lane or the top lane open for Echo to be taken, and they're willing to give it away.
Bottom side, Oheb in trouble. Use that intro, but he gets out. There's the flicker though. Sanford could be in trouble. They're going for it. Oheb gonna be the one to fall. Sanji using his own heavy spin. Zyda now on the front of the side. He's gonna back off. They're happy with that kill. They wanted to take out Sanford, but in turn, he gets another kill.
Yeah,
That's Oheb.
You saw that getting set up by Sanford and Zyda with how they were going for the pincer maneuver with Sanford hugging the shrub next to the wall and Zyda coming up there, even though Haji got to see him. At that point, Sanford already has the items and even just a little bit more sustainability to survive it. Pure Assassin damaged Benedetta. Earlier in the day, we talked about Benedetta's having a good showing so far this season. Edward was one of them. Sanford is one of them now.
Both showing great mastery and potential. 3 turtles in a row.
Yep.
Echo securing objectives. Sensui trapped in 4.
You can heavy spin out of here. He is going to be able to get away for now against the full force of Echo. So he survives, but gentlemen, it's 6K ahead now for Echo. This is definitely the Express.
Yep. Sub 12 to 15 minutes. Look at that. Windtalker endless battle going into the... That could be Haas or Berserker, actually, for the Roger of Outplayed. But Sanford just going like full-on damage, bro.
Confidence.
They want to force more. There's
man.
a huge setup. Edward has to get out of there, but Oheb locked down, taken down as he falls as well. Blacklist International falls apart of the top lane.
Wow, the combo JP with an entry. That flicker ultimate 3-man combo caught Blacklist off guard. Wow. This is just purely the Express working through the way of the base of Blacklist International.
And right now, Blacklist are just completely out of their element. Echo in full control here. Blacklist high ground defense somewhat okay, but again, Echo can just continue to throw bodies. But at one point, I wonder if Echo's decision to play a lineup that is all dive is going to cost them eventually in the siege portion of the game. But so far, it's going great with JP's decision to go for the Minoan Fury, flicker forward, maximizing it, even the increased Despair Stomp to go forward, get that extra knock-up and damage in. Great play there. One of the players that we highlighted earlier, the core turned roamer, JP. A world champion and 2-time MPL Philippines champion at that.
Yeah, experience.
Excuse me. 3? Oh, wait, no, he was in MDL that time.
Yep.
2, yeah.
That experience and just mastery showing with JP. The story of these 2 roamers who transitioned in a different role, now serving both of the greatest teams in the world, Echo and Blacklist International. Now they're in a match. Now Echo is on the lead, another objective. Will this be an advantage for Echo this time? And Blacklist seems they're not contesting at all.
Yeah, they can't. 8,000 gold at the 9-minute mark. It's a little too risky. They're better off trying to defend in their base, and really, you gotta wonder for Blacklist International, where is that timing? Where is that power spike?
Oh, cancelled.
Yep, Sanford's gonna spot him out, but he should be fine. It is Sensui. So where is that timing for Blacklist International? Is it just completely reliant on Oheb here?
Yep. Still waiting for his 3rd item. Should be in at around the 7K, maybe 6.5K mark. Let's see, but even with that, only 1 Radiant Armor you have to deal with, but Zyda does play as a frontliner anyway. All the dive capabilities, JP still on the way to another Radiant Armor for the team. Already going up to an endless battle is Sanford. Tough, man. Echo just... Classic Echo Express.
Yep.
On a 10K gold lead.
Once again, you guys mentioned this with the lineup as we loaded into this game, that Echo wanted to end it early, wanted to do it fast, and that's exactly what they've done up to this point. 10 minutes in, Lord, top side, it is only the first one of the game. Can Blacklist International hold on? This is definitely going to be a forced situation from Echo here. Even with JP, having that flicker available. Waiting for the moment, he's going to get pulled. Is he going to pop it off? Can't get it just yet. JP's the one to fall. Sanford jumps in the backside. UA has to flicker out. They're still holding it together. Sensui's down though. But Blacklist International finds something, stays alive, and Sanji that falls 4 down for Echo. What a defense from Blacklist International.
The pull by Haji.
Haji with the play. JP had his own great play as a roamer with the Minoan Fury, the spare stomp. But with how Haji did that, if I'm not mistaken, he used the dash after the first skill. Remember the passive with the Ruby, after she casts skill, she dashes in the direction being pointed at. Then she got in range, or Haji got in range to use the I'm Offended onto JP plus the flicker. That was a really fast sequence to get that combo off by Haji that forced Echo to respond. And yes, even though Echo has a big lead, they were still under the tower of Blacklist to deal with it. Great play by Haji.
And a great defense as well. The code still breathes. They're breathing now to find a way to recover into this game. Now the gold deficit's probably from now it's half from 10k gold. Now this is the moments that they're trying to capitalize on, these chances. Because at that point, this is the make or break play, because as you've said, you guys back in the draft, they're relying on Ode for damage in the late game potential, win game condition. So in order to make that work, you need something to pull somebody in or take something out of Echo.
Still got to be careful here though.
For sure. And one of the big reasons why they have to be careful, Blacklist still has to be careful, but again, you get the Ruby last pick. Instead of going for the roam Arlong, you decide to roam the Ruby instead. Going back to MPL Philippines Season 11, we made a big deal about how Ruby was one of the heroes that you pick up if you want to break the tempo of your opponents, especially their team fights. Great for compositions that love to dive. Because one, don't run Wolf King, which again, you get that cooldown really quickly, is going to disrupt the tempo of the dive heroes that you're fighting against.
Well, even with this, the tempo or not, they got to deal with the Lord. Sanford going to get swept up. They jump in with the Minoan Fury. Outplayed looking for his own entry point.
Who gets this
Still
Lord?
going for it. Edward going to be in trouble. Outplayed gets the kill. Who got the Lord? It's Zaida that gets that, and another member of Blacklist will fall to Outplayed. And once again, they find themselves on the defense.
Sanji with the final slash as the Valentina, perfectly timed. Final slash, and at the animation of the slight, if I'm knocked back, or is it a knock up on the Arlot? He was crowd controlled, so we couldn't get the retribution off in time, and it was Zaida who did it.
It was just few seconds that we are seeing Sanji not getting any ultimate at all from Blacklist International.
Yeah.
He just timed it right, just being unpredictable. But what ultimate was by just getting the perfect ultimate for his team, and that was just completely a win for Echo, and the lead is growing back on their own way.
Yeah, that's true. He's been juggling ultimates all game.
So we said in the draft, even with those first 3 picks from Blacklist International, Sanji's going to have his picking in terms of ultimates, and we've seen it here. He's holding on to that final slash once again. Can they pull it off? There it is. Forcing that flicker. Under the turret they go. Minoan Fury as well. Under the turret they fall. Sanford the one to go down. So Blacklist International still working. Haji gets the pull with the I'm Offended. And with that, they'll find another successful defense for Blacklist International.
Again, the very risky thing. If you wait in the middle. Well, no, okay. So again, the very risky thing. If you have a lineup that's just pure dive, not a lot of range. Yes, we know that the Roger can go into human form to be able to damage from range as well, but this is essentially a dive comp. And Blacklist International, knowing their condition, they can push forward. Haji!
Oh, great pull.
Goes in, takes out Sanji. A great use with the conceal, the I'm Offended combination. And now it's Echo, even with a lead, with their backs against the wall for now, until they can readjust here.
Yeah, speaking of adjustment, it's 2 turrets down from Echo. A great way to bounce back. Blacklist International. So with this dive composition, at this point in the game, in the late game, this is where their composition shines.
Yeah, this window of opportunity for Echo to win this game in a safe manner is closing faster and faster as Blacklist is catching up. At this point in the game, Blacklist is better with their hero lineup to face to what Echo can throw at them. Despite all the dive in the world, Blacklist will have the damage. Echo needs to be sharper, because if not, Blacklist might get another iconic turnaround victory that they've been known for so many seasons.
That's one thing that they can use. That small window that they're known for.
Okay.
It's not over till it's over for Blacklist International. Once they see that, they just take it.
By the way, great Dragon Spear on Outplayed's Roger. So he's going to be going for, when he uses the ultimate, whether it's human into wolf or whenever, he gets a little bit more movement speed, and of course, it's a crit build for Outplayed's Roger. Critical hits.
Yeah. Outplayed, just completely building with all of his fight and damage. Now, Lord is up. Echo and Blacklist. This is still... Yes, go ahead.
Real quick, good item pickup right now by Yue. Already has a glowing wand. So, should help with the tanky front line of Echo. So, Blacklist definitely has the damage that they need already. Sanji has the ultimate of the Arlot. The final slash is onto the mid laner of Echo.
Yeah. Look at the positioning of Sanford before just going in. He's just making sure of the waves from mid to bottom. Again, this is a Benedetta. The split push and the capability of Sanford. This is completely still high of a split against Blacklist International.
Yep. Watch minion wave management. Echo's just going to get the minion waves up top naturally.
Sanford there too, behind enemy lines.
Spotted.
Going for the initiation. JP could be in trouble. Couldn't get it off in time with the backside. Oheb could be in trouble. Sanford going for the kill. Immortality going to be popped. Outplayed. Trying to get Oheb. He will find him. Oh, but the shot from Yue will get him down as well. But it's not enough. Outplayed still going to be up. Gets another kill. Make it a triple. Can he grab Edward? Immortality going to be popped here. What can Yue do? Can't keep them together. And that is going to be it. Echo charging towards the base, and they'll take this game #1 against Blacklist International.
Classic Echo Express. Taking this game quicker, but that was some sort of hiccups. But still, they managed to end this through against Blacklist International. Still, we were seeing some hopes from the code to bounce back.
Poetic as well that it was the two MPL to MDL graduates, back to MPL players, who ended that game #1 for Echo. And again, you saw it there actually. There was a part where I was wondering, why isn't Outplay just focusing on the Lord? But then when I saw him go into wolf form, flicker forward, it's like, all right, Echo smells blood. They're going to kill mode. They know that they can win this team fight. And yeah, hell of a decision there by Outplay to flicker forward as the Roger, and for the rest of Echo to say, we don't need to take this Lord. We'll just get the win through this.
Yeah, speaking of win as well, the Benedetta, even, again, Sanford, from the bottom lane, he went at the right moment to make that Electro final blow right in front of Oheb to not cross any more distance to activate that entropy. And he just completely sealed the deal. From that moment, yeah, he sacrificed more of his time, but it was just complete with a great control against Blacklist International. Yeah. No more extra damage from that Lord take.
It was a great play, great initiation, and at the same time, it took the Echo Express a little more stops to get to their destination.
Got scary there for the Echo Express, but MVP of game #1's Outplayed.
The MVP of that match, outplayed Blacklist International. Let's break it down a bit for the analysis for this game, Renmar.
Yeah, great performance here in the Roger, and again, it was his call. Yeah, you could smell it where it was like, oh, I don't need to take this Lord. I'm just going to go ahead and join in the fight. Flicker forward. And of course, with the build he has, another version of the Roger that we've been seeing, although this is very similar to what we've been seeing more often. It's Assassin Emblem, Master Assassin. You go for the adaptive attack for the first skill, and then first talent, and then Quantum Charge, so that you could go a little bit quicker as well. So his item priorities, if I'm not mistaken, he went into the Windtalker first, or was it the EOB? Oh, I don't know. He built the Azure Blade of the EOB, full built into the Windtalker. Then you finish the rest of the Endless Battle into the Hoskloss, into the Great Dragon Spear. And that's why this Roger's so good for post-game chases. Because if you have the Great Dragon Spear, again, when you change up, when you use your ultimate, increases your movement speed. That's why we got to see a crazy chase by Outplayed at the end of the game where he flickered forward. We'll get to that. But this is one of the biggest turning points of the game where Echo, again, may have bitten more off than they could chew. They didn't need to continue that fight under the turret, even though they got a kill into Sensui. But then you also have to credit Haji for setting that play up, for getting that, getting JP just within range. That was the maximum range that you could get the I'm offended off, flicker back, pulling back, and then forcing Echo to respond. But Blacklist International would then be able to push out afterwards, even though Echo would be getting that Lord. They still were able to continue the fight, and I believe this was the winning moment. You see here outplayed at this point. This was after he used the flicker forward. Yes, they lost a Benedetta, they lost Sanford, but at this point, with those members low already, this is just a perfect scenario for Roger to continue fighting. Could have gotten Maniac, but I don't know. I'm not going to say the Zyda did that on purpose. I'm sure he was trying to outplay the Maniac as well, but it is a well-deserved MVP for the Echo Gold laner. Let's talk about the lineups here from the beginning. Again, you have a dive comp on the side of Echo that has a timer of when they need to take this down. If it gets to the point, and it did get to the point, where the game was much more even in terms of the resources, that's when you have to be crafty with your approaches. It can't just be, all right, everyone's going to gather at this one area, let's wait for the set of the tank, go forward, and then just throw everything. No, you got to be more creative with your approaches, and that creativity came from Sanford. As pointed out earlier, you saw Sanford go from the Lord through the mid all around, got the info, but knowing that Echo, knowing that they already knew that they had a sandwich positioning pincer advantage over Blacklist, they knew that they could just pull the trigger and go for that. And yes, JP would fall, but he got a good set up, and then the rest of Echo is just going to follow. If your Minotaur is down, you still have a secondary frontliner tank in the Fredrin that also deals a fair amount of damage. You also have Sanford dashing in and out, being a nuisance to Blacklist, and of course you have the Roger to clean things up. Up against a lineup that again is built to protect the Nathan and to help him shine. If the Blacklist formation gets penetrated or they lose that and they lose their key frontliners quickly, then the Nathan isn't gonna have a good time here. 100% kill participation for OHEB because again, they're playing around that Nathan and they're playing around the Novaria as well, mainly magic damage, but with two sources of main magic damage, 2 Radiant Armors on the side of Echo, the lead that they were able to build, it's just gonna be tough for that lineup. Zyda, we also have to visit his performance in this game as well. Cool, calm, and collected on the Fredrin. That's what I like about Zyda and Outplayed. Even though, yes, we know they're not Carl TZ and Benny QT, but they play in such a way that it's like, yeah, we're Zyda and Outplayed. We deserve to be here. We deserve to be in the MPL. We deserve to play with this lineup for Echo, and they do it so well.
And it went well for Echo for game number 1, completely sealing the first game, and they're in match point up against Blacklist International. So, what are the sort of things that need to what the things that need to fix for Blacklist International? I'm kind of thinking, was it the draft? Was the priority? Like, was the Nathan really that the great of an option up against the Roger? Because they placed it so well in the draft. The Roger was last pick.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because even with the draft, I would say that Blacklist International still did relatively a good job at holding on for how much of a lead that was on top of them. And they did it multiple times, you know, in their own base and everything. So I think even draft-wise, when you look at it, the execution on the defense was there, but it just took them too much time to get there. And honestly, sometimes maybe that's a Nathan thing too, you know, the way that things kind of unfold when you have that in your lineup.
Yeah, speaking of lineup, Face and the hero chip, Face Ignition, is now available, and with teleportation at your fingertips and portals offering endless possibilities, come join the game and develop your own unique strategy.
Get the hero and skin for only 469 diamonds in a bundle during the launch week. I'm still waiting for Chip.
We already saw him in a ban. We got to see him in MPL Malaysia with Homeboys versus Monster.
Yep.
A ban. Wow.
Yeah.
I want to see him here.
I want to see him here, man. I want to see him played. I enjoy playing Chip.
You actually enjoy him?
Yeah, I enjoy playing
as
Chip.
a roam for me.
Even with randoms, it's like, it's a good time for me.
It's fun to teleport around, but
yeah, it is.
You have a way to check the bush, even to check the camps of the enemy team.
Yeah.
You have so much opportunities to get. And again, since we're talking about competition, it's here to actually show up in MPL Philippines. Assemble your own community tournament and be part of the E-Project Esports for everyone and show the world what you're capable in esports prowess.
Enjoy tournament access mode, free in-game items, diamonds, and more. You can go ahead and register by scanning the QR down below.
Yeah, and again, this part of the script doesn't have anything for the analyst to say, so just scan the QR code, comment and stuff.
Get it.
Do everything. Hashtag Echo, hashtag Black,
It's
hashtag
okay.
community tournament.
That's to give you a
Do the
break
thing.
after the analyst segment.
Yeah, you've given us an amazing analysis,
I
man.
don't mind talking and talking. We got paid to do this, lads.
That's why.
All right.
They're thinking about your health.
Is it okay?
Again, we're still having the match of Blackness International and Echo. Now let's throw it over to Mara and Hans. Let's see what's cooking up there.
It's a surprise.
Maro, ang ginagawa mo dito?
May bisita daw hinahanap ko.
Bisita, wala naman tao. Wala naman tao dito.
Meron daw.
Wala
May
nga.
bisita na darating.
Wala.
Taga-ibang bansa.
Wala nga, promise. Bumalik ka tayo dito.
Oh! Sabi ko sa'yo
Uy!
Sabi ko sa'yo
Siya ba yun?
Alam mo, narinig namin pupunta ka dito. Uy! Wait lang ha.
Teka lang, parang
Wait
may-
lang. Guess who's back?
Back again.
Did you crawl back to the Philippines? Did you crawl? Anong meron? Bakit ka nandito?
Pahinga pa po kasi doon eh. So,
Ah,
uwi ko muna.
nagpahinga.
Wag mo muna silang pansinin dyan ha. Dyan lang
Okay.
sila, alam mo yun. Yan, syempre. Kasi kakabalik niya lang ng MPL Arena eh. So, ayun.
Oh, kamusta
Guys,
naman?
welcome back nyo naman. Welcome back nyo naman.
I-welcome
Dito
back
si
naman
Awi.
natin. Kamusta doon? Kamusta doon sa Indonesia?
Okay lang po, masaya naman po.
Masaya?
Intense po, intense.
Tense. Kami rin natatense sa'yo eh.
Parang may
Natatense
problema
din
ka. Parang may problema ka.
Na-tense din kami. Oh, okay doon, masaya sa Indonesia.
Okay naman po.
Di ba mas masaya sa,
Oo.
di ba? It's more fun in the Philippines.
Nasabi mo lang ba yan?
Di ba?
Kasi
More
nandun
fun
ka.
in the Philippines.
Parehas po, sobrang saya.
Parehas.
Parehas.
Oh. Nagbabago yung sagot dahil nasa Pilipinas.
Sabi ko nga, baka kasi nandun siya, kaya ganun yung sagot.
Okay. So, rinig namin kasi mainit yung laban sa Indonesia. Mas mainit ba doon or dito?
Parehas po, sobrang intense eh. Pero Pinas po, lakas po talaga eh.
Okay.
Pinas lang mo
Okay.
lakas.
Okay, safe. Ano bang pinagkaiba
Oo nga.
ng laruan sa... Kasi sabi mo, parehas intense eh. In what way nagkakaiba yung intensity ng Indonesia sa laruan dito sa Pilipinas? Based on your experience.
Based sa experience ko po, feel ko po since kalagitnaan lang po ng season sa MPL Indo, feel ko parang, doon po kasi parang dikit lahat ng laban.
Dikit.
Parang ano
Stale
po.
ba?
Opo. Dito po kasi, once na makadominate yung isang team dito sa Pinas sa early, parang dire-diretso na. Sa Indonesia pa, parang pag nakadominate sa early, pwede pong makambak eh. Parang more on discipline po talaga. Yun po.
Sige nga. Ano yung mas exciting?
Ayan na. Yawi, sinabihan kita dito, Yawi.
Or Philippines? Ano yung mas exciting? Yung totoo.
Parehas po, parehas.
Hindi.
Yawi, brief na kita kanina, hindi gumagana yan kay Mara.
Ano?
Promise.
Ano yung mas exciting? Saan? Saan?
Parang kailangan natin ng tulong. Guys, saan ba mas malakas? Saan mas
Saan mas malakas?
intense?
Okay.
Okay.
Para sa'yo,
No coaching yun.
yung mas exciting lang naman. Hindi namin, alam namin malakas dito eh.
Tsaka wala ka
Pero
naman.
saan mas exciting para sa'yo?
Parehas po talaga eh.
Grabe.
Saan yung mas exciting para sa'yo?
Nag-enjoy po kasi ako parehas eh. Nung dito pa po ako naglalaro, tsaka sa Indo. So, nag-enjoy po ako parehas talaga.
Palalagpasin ba natin yun?
Hindi, nasa
Kasi
sayo
gusto
yan.
ko-
Ikaw ang
Gusto
nagtatanong.
kong malaman eh.
Papalambasin ba natin?
Hindi daw! Ano daw? Hindi! Hindi!
Sorry, pare.
Oh, saan mas exciting?
Ano, parehas po talaga.
Grabe. Feel ko, anong pakiramdam mo? Kasi parehas eh.
Okay, parehas. His
Oh.
heart is torn.
Tama.
Torn na yung heart. Alam mo, Echo right now is doing really well this season. Nasa top sila ngayon. Miss ka na daw ni Carl. Meron ka bang message sa Echo?
Sa Echo, sana magkita tayo sa MSC.
Oh! Wait! Hamon ba yun? Or
Hamon ba yun o invitation lang?
Invitation po.
Invitation
since
lang?
na-miss ko na rin po.
Sobra.
Invitation. Ano naman gusto mo sabihin sa lahat ng ating mga manonood? Kasi kahit nasaan ka, sinusuportahan ka pa din ng mga Filipinos. What do you have to say to them?
Sa mga sa mga supporters po, thank you po sa mga sumusuporta sa akin and supportahan nyo na din po yung Echo since love na po sila.
Love na love sila.
Mara,
Alright.
bago ko ibalik sa mga casters complete the word naman, men. Alam ko, na-miss namin to lahat eh. Okay, complete the word.
Dala.
Say it again. This time, sabay-sabay tayong
Sabay-sabay
lahat.
tayong lahat.
Okay? In 1, 2, 3.
Dala.
Doon na kumpleto. Na-miss namin yun. Na-miss ko yun.
Na-miss ka namin, pero ngayon babalik na tayo sa ating mga casters. Pasok.
The law is one of the famous lines of Tristan Cabrera's Yawi from Echo Philippines. Now formerly Echo. Now he's back in the land of champions.
I didn't even know he was going to be here today.
Yeah.
I don't hear on the desk. Did we even know?
No, I didn't know. It was like
Apparently, it showed up in the IG of MPL Philippines. But
you saw it?
Yeah, showed up.
I've been seeing a lot of red colored hair lately with our players here in the Philippines. I was just confused who was that back there.
Yeah. I really hope that we knew, because I probably would have asked Yawi, yo, can you bring over an Aura jersey? Because I like the Aura jerseys.
Yeah, the Aura jersey is so...
Yeah, and I would have loved to get a shout out from Gugun. You know Gugun, the jungler of Aura? He's really good, by the way.
You know,
I'm an Aura fan.
Hey man, I'm happy for Yawi. Like, if he seems happy, and and I know there was like some pressure there, where he's enjoying and everything. But hey, I hope that they get to see each other in MSC.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
Yeah, back in that invitation, he asked Yawi, like, what is your message for Echo? Like, yeah, we'll see you in MSC. So it was a question. Was it an invitation?
And you saw the reaction of Carl and Benny.
Like, was that a... And you're going to leave that there.
Yeah, and Aura is like really improving in Indonesia.
Yo.
So like as it goes on, like really like the star power of Yawi is undeniable, but then at the same time, the other members of Aura just play around him and with him as well.
Yeah, and now as we go back in the draft, let's see how this goes, because 100% win rate goes to Echo, this time being on the red. A bit of a difference for Black International this time, but they will have a chance to prioritize what they need to push this to a game number 3. What's the need right now for the priority of Blacklist International?
There's a lot.
There's a lot.
Because they took out their own Nolan. I don't think they're going to go Faramir. I want to see a lineup that tries to match the early aggression, honestly.
Just in case Roger shows up again?
Yeah, no, something that can help set the tempo as well. Don't just draft a lineup that's built to be like, all right, we're going to, not passive, but like wait until our power spike. It's going to be risky if they're just going to let Echo like control majority of the game and try to turn it around again.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about their last draft again, Nathan and having the Navaria, you need time. You know, you need time for that to build up. Yeah, you have great utility with even the Navaria pick, but still, you kind of want to build around that. So, priority-wise, what are we thinking for Blacklist?
Like Baksha or Arlet.
Choose my own path.
Well, that's our lot.
Yeah.
Locked in.
And then...
Still flexible, though, technically.
Very true.
Like
Rome, XP.
If they want to go faster, Echo can just go for the traditional carry. Barrett's red side. Usually picked up there. Oh, no, but they're still going to be running the Minotaur.
The falling stars brought us here.
And Novaria, okay. So still rocking that combo.
Yeah, you have that contention rate. Yeah.
It's a different mid laner, yeah.
81%. You get Vision, you get the poke in the mid lane, also the setup. I think the Minotaur overall is one of the biggest problems if you're up against a team who's dive and who is like momentum-based, dependently on the tank or even dependent on the marksman damage.
Yeah. If I'm Blacklist, take Valentina and maybe the Barretts now.
Yeah.
Or Baksha.
Protection from the rain.
I would love to see the Valentina if it wasn't banned. I think that would have been.
Oh, excuse me. Right. Yes.
Yeah. But so they go the Lilia.
Yeah.
Still a
Thank
good
you,
option. But dude, based off what we saw earlier from JP on this Minotaur, he was a huge part of the success that they found early on for the momentum. And so in a way, you're like, Blacklist International, how are you going to stop that from happening again? Because JP was making play after play. And it's great to see because why would you not want to pick Roam and play Roam in your games when you see stuff like that? Like, you have the setup potential, especially with the Minotaur, and the way he was utilizing the Flicker, Minoy, and Fury combination was great. So as we get through this first phase, typical, the Barretts is going to be picked up as well here. But look at the stat of JP.
100% win rate with this Minotaur. 10.0 average assist. Yep, he's been setting up trampolines all over the map, and even for team fights, it's a big of a problem for anyone. Now they're partnering up with the Barretts. There's so much ways to get in with the crowd control. But the picker of the Lilia, I think it makes so much sense if you want to go up against like forcing a lot of resources out of the team. Because it has been a problem throughout our games that how you even go with the front line of this team who has a lot of frontline security. As they take off the Diggy and the Benedetta, I think this secures more of their team fighting capability as well as their back end.
Yeah, to put it simply, man, like, Blacklist International knew they were going to pick up the Basha. So the most obvious choice for Echo is to pick up the Barretts into the third pick. So to preempt that, they already pick up the Lilia. Again, when you're up against heroes such as the Barretts, you want to pick up the Lilia. So it was a great choice by Blacklist International to do that. EXP laner, I want to see something a little bit more kill focused for Sanford again. The Barretts and the Minotaur are going to be more than enough in terms of the sustainability of their lineup. And Blacklist is reading into that too. That's why they banned the Benedetta and the Paquito.
You called it, man.
Yeah, called the carry early, like a little bit too early. I think we're actually starting to see teams not chasing the high priority picks too fast anymore. Like, they're more than willing now to just like, okay, I'll go for Minotaur instead, and then we'll chase the OP meta heroes later on, because teams are starting to understand. So now Claude, a little bit more for the late game, but then they have the Baksha, which I like a little bit more. So what kind of roamer is it going to be for Haji? Grok's going to be available if they want to roll for it, if that's going to be it. If they want pick off, they can go Kaja. I think Suppress would do them good. They already have that. Oh, but no, it is the Grok. Yuzhong? Oh, wait, no. It's Paquito.
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
Joy.
Oh, it's a Joy! Okay.
That's crazy to see that Joy's only been picked up
Second
twice.
time being picked up here in MPL Philippines.
It's Joy Jungle.
Zaida, okay. Up against Baksha. So magic damage and as well as crowd control, and you have pure shredding power damage against the big beefy boys, as we call it here, in the lineup of Blacklist International.
So fun fact, there's the only team that has drafted the Joy Jungle this season is... Oh, I thought it was in my notes. Never mind. I thought I remember seeing it earlier.
Anti-climatic there.
Yeah,
but, you know, the funny thing is, if I remember right, Zyda loved this pick back in the MDL.
Oh, yeah,
so, you know, this is more so comfort here. So as we take a look at the lineups, let us know what you guys think in the chat. The hashtags, of course, hashtag Echo.
Comment it down.
Yep, or hashtag Black with your user ID and your server IDs. We're
Again,
2 winners for 1,000 diamonds.
2 winners in the Filipino stream and 2 winners in the English stream. 1,000 diamonds up for grabs. Now comment down whatever it is that you want to talk about. Now it's the second game. This is the match point of Echo. Will Blacklist force this into a game number 3?
Actually, it's the third time Joy was picked. The first one was Demon Kite in the jungle, and then the second time was actually Heads in the EXP lane for TNC Pro Team.
Look at that, positioning over to Haji, up top with the orange. Oh, that was a good reset back there. We didn't see it on camera, but that was one way to hold and delay. That's great vision and information being brought to Blacklist as of that moment.
We're just going to be looking closely now at the rotations, because Blacklist can play pressure onto the jungle of Zyda. Zyda will use the Retribution.
Yep.
But it's just makes sense at this point. Oh, a lot of damage Sanji's taken.
A lot of poke happening all around the map here.
Yeah.
For both teams of Blacklist International, especially really staying in this jungle of Echo.
Haji's just taking so much hits.
Yeah.
From the beginning that he wanted to delay that objective being taken by Zyda.
I mean, still, that's kind of what you want to do if you are this Grok. We see this a lot of times when any team picks up the Grok. That's kind of their job, right? Be that walking vision for your team for the most part. You know you're quite tanky, but getting that flicker out for now isn't going to do too much again. He might not have it, of course, for this turtle take, but still waiting for that level 4 for a majority of the teams here.
Again, this is the advantage of having a Grok on your team. You just need a wall, and everything is just up to you. You activate the passive of a Grok, and just as that, you get more of the vision, get more of a ways to have a setup, even though your level 4 is still on the way. You still you give a great contribution on the early game for your team, especially now that Blacklist slowly building a lead. Now we're seeing level 4s on both from XP of Blacklist and as well as Echoes. Oh. Yeah, Blacklist is taking up the turtle of the first objective.
Yep, close. Just a little bit more second of a delay in the release, and Sanji could have actually taken that turtle away. But no surprise that Blacklist, again, we said this, what do they need to fix? What do they need for this game? Have a lineup that's a little bit more proactive. So this is good for them. Don't let just Echo continue playing their proactive play style. The Echo Express, fight back. Be the ones faster in rotation and more aggressive right now. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be the tempo of the game for the next 6 to 7 minutes.
A while.
Yeah.
For a while.
Blacklist will be in control, unless like Echo punishes something.
Yep. And the thing about finding a punishment is really it's JP right now, because Sanford in the XP lane, you're not going to expect too much unless he has that flicker available, like we saw previously with Barretts being picked in that XP lane. Could work out for them, but so far it's up to JP, and we saw him do it before in the previous game. You know, he's probably going to expect to do that now, but I feel like this lineup from Blacklist International will be able to deal with that a lot better this time around.
Yeah, we see JP slowly trying to cut some lanes up top against Edward, as well as getting his waves up top. Meanwhile, on bottom, Blacklist sees a way to even pressure outplay in JP here.
And it's an interesting decision actually by Echo that they are mainly sending JP to help out the gold laner. It's sort of like an understanding by Echo that they also know that Blacklist wants to help out their gold laner, because if the Claude can get out of the lane fast and farm fast, then they continue playing faster, and then they'll have an even longer time of controlling the game. And it's quite risky, because if ever Blacklist decided to turn things around and say, you know what, let's pressure Zyda's jungle instead, similar to this, then it's going to be a bad time for Zyda, and maybe that's going to force an even bigger lead for Blacklist. So it's now Echo trying to decide, like, which is the lesser of two evils, helping our gold or helping our jungle.
Yeah, pick your poison.
Yeah, pick your poison, exactly.
Yeah, a reset now coming in.
Oh, that's big.
Oh, a major reset onto this turtle. But now setting up, they're just poking everybody out on Echo right now.
Oh, push that mid lane as well. So he's going to make his way back down bot, but Outplayed got a little bit of that. Now that's another reset here on this turtle. Both teams not want to commit just yet. Zyda going to be just fine. That might be the call, though, to actually push this if they can. JP there's Sanford. He's going to jump in. Sensui gets the turtle, though. They might just have to disengage from this, but Sanford could be in trouble. Gets a little bit of the heal from that motivational roar. They'll back off. Objective secured, though, for Blacklist.
Yeah, only a bit of a disconnect there by Echo. I know they were trying to use the Star Shatter of the Novaria to potentially steal that turtle away. But after Edward final slashed Zyda, I was surprised that Zyda used the beats. Oh no, but then he has the beats again.
Big final slash again. Might be able to get this Sanford. This time around, he's too slow as that Dino falls in the top lane. So Blacklist on the board here.
First blood for Blacklist International with the lead as well. How's the item showing right now?
Alright, slight lead here actually for OHEB again because of the pressure pushed down by Blacklist into the gold lane. Already up to a DHS, 2 items for the Claude.
Zyda going to be in trouble trying to hold that lane down. Instead gets taken out.
And a turret up top as well. No trade for Echo. Still maintaining their advantage. Blacklist International with the lead as well as the push. Now slowly looking for an eye for the gold leader, even for the mid lane to even push through.
Yeah, that's rough, buddy. But right now, again, we expected this. Blacklist in the lead and Echo just going back.
They're putting more pressure here. JP, can he survive this? Has the heal there. Good response, a counter punch against Haji as he's going to fall. So Echo now on the board themselves. Yeah. They're playing the tune, though, to Blacklist International, and that's exactly the adjustment that needed to be made from Blacklist for this game, too.
Yeah. Clutch motivation roar for him to survive that. Just can't see right now. Is he rocking the favor? Yeah, no wonder. I was wondering, it's like, wow, that was a chunky roar from Minotaur, but then no wonder at this point he already has the favor blessing up.
Yeah, only shows that he has more ways to even hold crowd control against Blacklist International. But OHEB here still waiting on the way because he kind of expected the waves might be cleared and probably waiting some time to get here. But turtles being taken slowly. Echo, Zaida secures the objective.
Yep, they had the information. I mean, he didn't have the retro available, but now in the bot lane, OHEB gets taken out.
Well, that's 2. And that's a win for Echo.
That's a trade for both. I mean, across the map, they get a kill plus the turtle. Echo finds some wins.
Yeah, for a moment, it looked like Blacklist were off their map rotation timing.
Yeah.
Zaida got the turtle without a problem. Echo got the gank in the bottom lane. That was just a better rotation by Echo, and Blacklist looked sort of like, oh, wait. Oh, it's like they got caught with their pants down.
That's bad.
Could be fun sometimes, but in this scenario, yes, it's bad.
And they need to avoid that because if they do it once more, it's a kind of like you don't want to have that vulnerability, right? Because if you get that, there's a lot of openings. Either Sanford can take it, even JP could have an opening with ult. There's so much crowd control you need to think of, and as well as the Astral Echo of Sanji. So much ways to utilize hitbox, such as this.
Well, they're going to hold it down. Echo came down, still holding on to this bottom turret. JP taking the brunt of damage, will be fine though. Still, it's surprising how much focus has been on pushing that tier 1 in the bottom, and they haven't been able to get it yet. So Echo holds on to that. 40 seconds away from that Lord to spawn.
Right. So now Echo have a lot more room in this what we're talking about. At some point, Blacklist's lead is gonna lose its way if they lose their way. And now Echo are in a much better position to keep this game much more competitive. Still trying to look around here of where they could potentially find an opening because you still have tower in the bottom lane. You have to break for Blacklist. Both mid towers still up. In terms of the rotational timings, no one's showing that they're going to get a big win anytime. This might be a fight around the Lord, but look, the Roamer and the Gold Laner for both teams are in the bottom. So yeah, it's going to come from a Lord fight, win or loss.
Depending on that situation, I think team fight prowess will actually be checked on who's actually going to win up against one another, especially with the Lord is up for this moment. Blacklist and Echo, Sanji. I didn't pick up right there.
Okay, let's see if Blacklist are going to go for their 3-2 or 4-1 split. But JP's covering the bot, so OHEB's going to be joining in the Lord. Blacklist are going to push this out, okay.
Yeah, Sanford holding that front down for now. They're still going to keep outplayed down there, handling that. They want to hold on to that tier 1. Still clears the wave there and will make his way for this fight.
Ouch.
Okay, that's the initiation, Edward. Slowly waiting for the ones. Who's going to get this first damage on the Lord? A reset just happened. It's just completely back and forth. It's waiting for the right moment to strike. Okay, there's a lot of ways they're respecting the frontline threat of one another.
Yeah.
Either Edward's final slash, either Sanford's initiate with the Tonus welcome. He's stacked right now. A lot more ways to sustain the front line.
Okay.
So nobody's taking the first move here, and they're just waiting for somebody to make a mistake.
Yeah. Outplayed. Applying pressure at the bottom lane. I wonder if he's going to spot out Claude. No, Claude, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he checked the Sharab with BMI. He knows where outplayed is. He'll have a chance to push down bottom. I wonder if there's going to be a trade.
See if they trade it out. Again, OHEB still there on the bottom side, going to make his way up. Echo knows this. They're giving the go on this Lord.
Yeah.
They're going to do it very quickly, the best they can. JP, though, jumps in. Goes
they got
into
him.
the Tonus welcome. Who's going to grab the Lord? Here comes down Sensui with the Ultra Instinct. But can they win the team fight? It's outplayed. Still running for his life. It's only Haji that fell, but 3 down for Echo.
Oh, massive error for Echo. They got the bite there onto the Baksha, but they couldn't whittle down the Lord quickly enough so that not Sanford, excuse me, Zaida got the retry.
Damage, OHEB.
Zaida wasn't even, Zaida couldn't even retry. His retry isn't off cooldown, so he wasn't able to, I don't know if he wasn't able to press it. Let's look at the replay. Hopefully we can see it.
Let's have a look back at what happened back there.
Yeah. Because that was a massive miscal.
Eyes on Zaida.
Zaida is there by the Lord. He gets, he was stunned.
Stunned. Final slash by Edward.
Just a lot of stuff. I believe it could also have been a wild charge by Haji, because that was a long stun.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
He was stunned. All right. Wow. Good call there.
Just looking at back now, the Blacklist International has to lead 3.4K. Now the table is with them. 5-3 standing. Turret being taken up top with the Lord and with the minions just pushing through. Now this is the threat of the Arlot as well. So where are you going to place yourselves in this kind of situation, just being in the front line? I think this time around they have more ways to have surprises with their own crowd controls, especially with their ultimates. And now it's in their favor.
Again, it isn't an overly cautious lineup. It's a lineup that can be proactive. And that's what they've been doing so far. Again, consider that Sensui was going into that Lord fight with a big gold deficit. Zyda has been eating well, and he has a great damage. The Blacklist were just able to surprise, as you mentioned, OSX, and chain their crowd controls together. Earlier, this was like around 5,900 for Sensui and around 7,000 for Zyda. Or around 7,200, 7,300. So that's a big climb for Sensui to just be like neck and neck with him already.
Yep. Oheb's done an amazing job at just farming up too.
Yeah.
For the most part, how he's pushing these lanes, and you know, you saw how much damage potential he has already at this point. So that's going to be something that Echo kind of has to keep under control and look out for, especially when it comes to even this, fighting for resources alone, just trying to get these buffs, still waiting for that Lord to come up in less than a minute. So it's taken here as Echo now kind of has to readjust, but still, they can find work here. Outplayed hasn't gone down. He's stayed alive pretty well.
Yep.
But that's the thing. Positioning is the key when it comes to this next Lord fight.
Yeah, how is the late game of Echo? I think despite the lead being in Blacklist International's hands, I think there's still a way to make this work in the late. Because again, they have the carry, they have the joy.
Yeah.
So there's more ways to even utilize. Again, you mentioned spacing, but how is this for their late game win condition?
Well, in terms of the late game, I honestly prefer the late game of Blacklist just a little bit more, considering with how mobile the Claude can be in a team fight, and with a Malefic Roar up already, and it's still level 15, about to be for Outplayed. Like, Oheb's a level ahead of him.
There's the final slash. Sanford again. Daytona's welcome into the wall. JP jumps in. They're trying to capitalize on it.
To live.
JP will find Oheb. Zyda gets the kill, though. 2 down for Blacklist International. Echo finds a punish. And now this is going to be the Lord for Echo here to turn the table.
Haji and Edward, how did Sanford manage to live that moment?
Bro, JP is one crazy MFer. Minoan Fury. Minoan Furies for days. Minoan Furier. Yeah, man.
Yep.
MFs for days. JP, my goodness.
What a player.
He got Oheb. And then Zyda was said, all right, thank you, Daddy. I got this now. Whew. And yes, if you don't know, like their nickname for Daddy, JP is Daddy. Okay?
Daddy JP. He is a dad in real life.
He is a dad in real life.
Yep, exactly. Amazing layering of skills, the setup, and in that moment, everybody still lives for Echo. Not even Purify was waste for Sanji. 5-man defense right up top here. Can Blacklist defend? That's the Lord push.
Lord push there. Still going to be worked on, holding on to the turret.
Zyda!
Right now, Zyda jumping to the backside.
Zyda, dang.
Hey, he just wanted to have some music for that. He's out of there. So
I was kind of imagining him just being in a music festival. It's like, hey, I'm just going to pass through.
literally just pass through.
Want to vibe with some EDM. It's like there's a big EDM festival going on. There's a guy with a boombox who shows up out of nowhere.
Hey, we do know the Lord can dance, actually, right?
Yeah,
We've all seen the clip.
Yeah.
He just needs some music.
And Joy is here to give that.
Oh my goodness. Star Shatter hurts for that Grok.
And now we're seeing more of the pushes coming from Echo. Lead is now with them. Now this doesn't surprise us, right? I think this is one thing that's annoying for a Minotaur, is like that motivation or roar, the continuous knockup. Well, Zyda is doing it again.
Wow.
As I share sentiments here for the Minotaur, a lot of ways that actually crowd control could be the threat here. Whoa.
That was a big, totally normal, not major deal Astral Echo by Sanji.
Yeah.
He only got 4. Even if it was 5, still normal. If you know, you know.
For the people to think. Some people might be out of context.
Comment it down. Comment it down. If you know, you know.
Yeah, if you know, you know. It's a reference to a thing that's happened.
Oh, there's another one.
Totally normal Astral Echo onto 5.
What a placement.
Everybody just spotted right onto the map here.
Yeah.
Secure the orange as well.
Yeah, all the information given. It stopped the sequence by Blacklist. Totally normal. If you know, you know.
Yeah. Comment down. And again, we're reminding you about the TikTok goodie bags.
Yeah.
Comment down.
Comment down.
If you're watching on TikTok, be ready for a TikTok goodie bag, reminding you that if the base is about to explode, go ahead, and you might be part of the lottery of the TikTok goodie bag.
Yeah. Please join us on the MLB PH Net Facebook group. It's a room of, it's a great page for a healthy discussion.
Healthy discussion.
Yeah,
That's
no,
the
it's
key
true.
word.
It's true. I learned from our community, you know.
Yeah,
I read a lot of the comments and their analysis, and there's a few nuggets of gold and diamonds there too, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
the community.
Let's find out exactly what they'll say about this. Next Lord up here. This could be the game-winning one.
Yeah, big normal Astral Echo again.
As big. Okay, it's going to reset. Big setups, though, are the important thing for this one.
Okay, Lord still waiting for the music to start.
Yep.
Still waiting for the right moment, but right now they're being very cautious in their next move. Blacklist and Echo with this kind of lead, with this kind of sustain, and even the -1 from Blacklist.
Yeah,
they need to be prepared for that. Yeah.
Items being bought since Sui has an immortality. Edward picked up the Twilight armor. Blacklist have to deal with no, they don't need to deal with that minion wave. That's going to be fine. It's not going to threaten their tower. Oheb's getting the purple buff. Still finding position. Echo are going to try to force something with this, with how fast they're whittling down the Lord already.
Wow, Sensui just spotted Zaida.
Oh! Gonna come through. They get the knockup. JP, though, still looking for it. Goes in. There's the flicker. Oheb, though. Edward's the one to fall. Can they turn it around? Sensui falls as well. Zaida got the Lord, though. And Echo looking to punish further. Haji has to get out of there with the conceal. But Echo will find him. One hit away, and Zaida gets him down.
Minions pushing up top as well. The entry by Zaida. 3 men down for Blacklist International. How can they defend this?
It's very endable. But the members remaining on the side of Blacklist International are the ones with crazy minion wave clear. It will take a miracle. Let's see.
See if they can do it. 2 members left alive here to defend the base. Yue keeping up front, but he's going to take too much. Black Shoes is there as well, but
base
the
is
crystals
open.
He worked on, outplayed, goes for it, and Echo will sweep Blacklist International.
The Echo Express once again. A clean take on to this series. Winning against Blacklist International. The micro, the macro plays. Insane, amazing performance from each players of Echo.
Another chapter added to the rivalry. The story of Blacklist may be going down a road that they do not expect or want themselves to be in. The Echo Express goes down the road of victory today with a tremendous performance by Zaida and Outplay, the 2 MDL champions and graduates. Still, a perfect record for Echo for those 2. 6-0.
Yeah, 6-0. You gotta say too, that game, it was really a back and forth between, Blacklist having a lead, then Echo, and you gotta give it up for this iteration of Echo to make things work. Even when they're down in moments, they still turn things around, and that's what's great to see now for Blacklist International. Of course, you still want to see them kind of recalibrate as they go into that second half, especially the regular season ahead of them.
Yep. This is the right time to have a reset as they take on the half of the week of the regular season. Now, but this time around, it is Echo who won the match. Well, a day full of sweeps, gentlemen.
Yeah.
A day full of sweeps. Now let's head over to the stage with Mara and Hans together with Echo for their winning interview.
All right, everybody, give it up to Echo. Zaida outplayed. Job well done once again. Okay, kung i-rate nyo yung performance nyo today, out of 10, how happy were you? What would you say with your performance? Kasi palagi kayong panalo.
Siguro sa akin, 9 lang.
9, bakit may kulang na isa?
Wala, di pa malinis sobra. Kaya 9 lang.
Hindi pa malinis sobra, kaya 9. So, he feels that he could give more. That's the right mindset.
Yeah.
How about for you?
Dito naman, kaya outplayed. Outplayed, same question. From 1 to 10, how would you rate yourself in the series?
Siguro mga 9.5 po.
Mas mataas ng 0.5.
0.5.
So bakit?
Gusto pa namin ma-unlock yung full potential pa talaga namin. Kumbaga, hindi pa po yun yung pinaka-the best na laro namin.
How would you envision yung full potential? Anong ibig sabihin mo doon?
Yung sa chemistry pa po, gusto pa namin magkaroon ng mas magandang chemistry.
Better chemistry.
I think it's also the same question that I have for Sanford. Kasi, Ford, ito yung mga moments na, of course, nagkakaroon ng switches at isa ka sa mga mainstays. So how do you stay ready dun sa mga adjustments na ginagawa nyo every time Zyda or Outplayed is playing and Carl or Benny is playing? Paano yung adjustment na ginagawa nyo madalas?
Siguro kung ano po yung ginagawa ko kapag kalaro ko sila Carl and Benny, ganun din po yung gagawin ko sa kanila. And siguro, medyo nakapanibago lang kasi medyo yung shot caller dito is si Carl po talaga. And pag wala po talaga silang dalawa, parang kailangan namin mag-step up tatlo.
So this time, sino usually yung shot caller kapag wala si Carl?
Shot caller naman po sila pero
Okay.
parang sa amin tatlo pa rin po yung final call, parang ganun.
That's a nice thing to know.
And I'm sure you saw Yawi kanina. You guys have been together in a previous team before. Nanonood siya sa inyo. Actually, that was so nice na he came all the way here to watch your game. Na-miss mo ba si Yawi?
Opo. Kaya shoutout ko po yung biggest fan namin. Lumipat pa siya galing Indonesia. So, thank you.
Anong gusto mo? Anong gusto mo sabihin kay Yawi right now?
Sana magkita kami sa MSC.
Yes! Sana talaga magkita kayo sa MSC. Ito, kumpletuhin. Kasi nakita natin sa kanyang videos in the previous team. Paano?
Pinipigilan ka dati, di ba? Kasi si Yawi yun. You know what I mean. So, kumpletuhin mo na. Ikaw na gumawa.
Dala.
I hope Yawi's here to hear that.
May satisfaction.
Now, our MVP of this game, no other than si Zyda. Okay, Zyda, anong gusto mo sabihin sa lahat ng mga supporters nyo?
Thank you po sa suporta kahit hindi main 5 ng Echo yung naglaro. Salamat.
Well, pang main 5 naman ang iyong laro. Congratulations once again to Echo. Let's give him a round of applause. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory.
I love how both Zyda and Outplayed, in the midst of all of their fans, very humble pa rin sila towards what they want. Yung improvement, hindi tumitigil in this series alone.
Yes, and I love how even Yawi coming from Indonesia is here still to support Echo.
They call them their biggest fan.
Yes. So, tingnan natin kung ano nga ba yung magiging interaction nila mamaya. Siguradong they're gonna have such a nice dinner later on. But now, we're gonna break that game down for you. So we're gonna go back to our casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Hans and Mara, to give light on our international viewers who just watched that interview. Well, it's a great way to share that right now there's still an adjustment period for the new, well, a different roster or a different line for the Echo this time around because Carl Tizzy was in the back, right? So this time there was an adjustment on who is the shot caller this time. Yeah. And now with Zyda and Outplayed being in this team and having the bounce back on the 2-0 this time from all of the losses that they went through, I think they're still working on with the chemistry and more of the synergy. I think it's a great work from this moment.
Okay. And as we look at the MVP of the game, it's gonna be Zyda as the jungler for Echo. 6-2-1 as the with his KDA there. And of course, he's gonna get that win there in the end with his decision to fight out and be able to time his entry really well as the Joy. Again, not the easiest game for a Joy, but he can make the most out of, well, just finding his openings. Again, my mind goes back to that one play he did. He timed with JP, wherein JP forced out a really good Minoan Fury. And since Oheb was caught into it, you saw Zyda was like, all right, I see him. And that was the first double kill he got of the game. He also got a good turtle into there early on when Echo got their cross-map play. And that was one of the things that evened out the game there for both of these two teams and gave Echo more of a fighting chance. Although he would lose the stretcher battle, mainly because he was stunned. Blacklist International handled it so well. Eventually, Echo would fight back, and this was the play I was talking about. The crazy MF by JP. The Minoan Fury landing onto 3, knocking up 3, or landing onto 4, knocking up 3, and then they were able to find Oheb and Sasui, taking them down, and then Echo continued the ball from there. Watch Zyda again and how he would play into this. He would eventually win the Retry battle because, if I'm not mistaken, they were able to get Sensui down. And Echo just snowballed from there and then continue until it was this. Members of Echo just marching with the Lord and ending it. Win. Well-deserved MVP for Zyda. And again, it's another series wherein Zyda and Outplayed became the MVPs for Echo in a 2-0 sweep win. Their current record with Echo is 6-0. So if there are a lot of doubts from the viewers out there with how Outplayed and Zyda play with Echo, again, these are two MDL Philippines champions for the first 2 seasons. They've played with Echo in tournaments abroad. They have international experience. They aren't the bona fide stars yet, but they're quickly getting their name known around the world as, well, they're not Carl Tizzy, they're Benny Cutie. They're not Benny Cutie, but they are who they are. And you have to respect Outplayed and Zyda, and this series really showed it. Again, we have to go back to how Blacklist International played here. You got to commend the fact that they played a more proactive lineup, something that can invade jungles, really get their gold laner out of the lane quickly, be able to farm up, and really speed up the process of them getting victories across the map so that they aren't going to be playing a more careful style wherein Echo is going to be the one determining the tempo of it all while Blacklist is just looking for the counterplay. And it's good that Blacklist tried to go for that. Just unfortunate for them that they fell down in one crucial Lord fight there in the end. And again, that's the tale of teams here in the Philippines, where just one Lord fight taken the wrong time, the lack of minion wave control, not being able to get the key targets down in Lord fights means you could end it in just one fight. Congratulations to Zyda and Outplay, still continuing to impress here in MPL Philippines, gentlemen.
Love to see it.
Thank you so much, Random, for that analysis. And that is just Echo completely with a sweep, bouncing back from yesterday's loss. And this heat map shows how he actually taken care of most of the lanes from the gold lane, providing pressure as well for, again, Outplayed.
Love to see this iteration, like I said, of Echo. Whether it's Benny Cutie, whether it's Carl Tizzy, and they were kind of talking to Yaoi earlier when they had the game winning moment. But last time we saw this, they look like proud Titos or like proud dads.
Oh my God, are Benny Cutie, Carl Tizzy, and Yaoi in their Tito era now?
Well,
their uncle era?
Okay, sorry. Benny Cutie is
the uncles.
Father.
He's an actual dad.
Yeah, he is.
He's an actual dad.
His daughter's name is Wanwan.
That's true.
That is.
Wanea.
See?
Good to know.
Yeah, and maybe there still could be a guiding voice back there, even though they're in the column in the back. So let's see how that goes. But wait, fun's not over yet because we're now looking for the smart game face of the day. MPL Arena, be the next smart game face of the day winner.
All you guys have to do is flash the hashtag #ThePowerOfSmart on your device in a green background, and then put your game face on to win a redeemable in-game code. Is this our winner? Is
Let's
this it?
see.
Oh, no.
We're still looking.
I'm just going to say Leo isn't here, so you guys can't force me to follow the polls of the winning polls.
That's a Leo thing.
Yeah.
That's a Leo guy thing.
He hasn't grew age to project his face.
By the way, Nice was looking for this.
I was looking for this.
Yeah.
I don't know if they heard me.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the
wow,
face.
game face of the day winner.
All right, I'll copy it.
Yeah,
the power of smart.
I need.
Go for it.
Can we actually trying to get cool?
There
All right.
it is.
That's how you show your game face of the day.
There it is. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Show it, please.
Oh, snap. I'm feeling the game face right there, Renmar. That's it. There it is. Keep it coming.
So
He's our game face now.
Congratulations to our winner of the Smart Game Face of the day.
Be careful with that.
Things
The
I
GT
do-
series.
Yeah.
Things I do
Putting
for
it
my
back
job.
carefully. And that's our winner. Congratulations again for those who made their hashtag in the comment section in TikTok, YouTube. My goodness, you're up for grabs this time around. That was a heck of a series, gentlemen. Like straight 2-0s for the day. Once again, this has been the Rebear Bros, OSX, Naizu, and Redmar. Sword over to Hans and Mara. Back on stage.
What a week we've had this week. Mainit na linggo ang nagdaan dito sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo.
Mara, I think sa dami ng nakita nating mga laban ngayong linggo. Ano ba sa tingin mo yung pinaka-favorite mo?
Lahat. Lahat favorite ko. But I have to say, it would be the star match. Echo versus Brand. Super intense. It's nice to see the two strongest team at the top of the standings go head-to-head.
I
Ikaw
think,
naman.
para sa akin, yung mga touching moments. Kasi yung bonding, especially kanina, ONIC versus TNC, si Raizen tsaka si Coach Wineout had a special moment. I think they've exchanged some kind words. And I think we need to see a lot more of that. In the midst of all of the heat and all of the action,
Exactly.
we need to see more of that.
And with Yawi coming here.
That's it.
It's nice to see that Yawi came to support Echo, that regardless kung ano man yung mga mainit na usapan, all jokes aside, they're still supporting each other.
It's nice to have him
And
back.
he's here to support Philippines. So that's really, really nice. So next week, magsisimula na ang ikalawang bahagi ng regular season. Marami pa tayong dapat abangan. Kaya kita-kits, muli ako po si Mara Aquino.
And my name is Hans Galeria.
Nagpapaalalang, magkakaiba man ang ating pinagdadaanan, sama-sama pa rin tayo para sa tagumpay. Keep it good vibes, everybody.
And see you next week.
basta sama-sama. Basta sama-sama. Basta sama-sama. Basta sama-sama.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PINAS Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of Switch in a lane na parang gera HP Racing, may reset up Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin doon Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, malakas ang Pinas Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control Pakita ko na jab like, pow Beast of the southeast Takas sa watawat, proud and loud cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin doon Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas malakas, Pilipinas malakas. Face the golden sun, I'm repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
PM MPL na 4 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 PM MPL na.
Catch your favorite MPL matches every Friday to Sunday.
Only at the MPL Philippines YouTube and TikTok.
4 p.m.
MPL na.
4 p.m. MPL na. 4 p.m. MPL na. 4 p.m. MPL na.
Maligayang pagdating sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino.
And my name is Hans Galeria.
And this is
MPL Philippines Season 13.
Ang init na mga usapan, ng panahon at ng laban natin kahapon. Pag ganito kainit ba, Hans, paano ka nagpapalamig?
Feel ko parehas naman mainit. Yung usapan at yung panahon. So instead of, reading yung comment section, I feel like pwede rin kayo magbasa ng libro. Just chill down. Sa init na nga ng panahon, papainitin pa natin yung ulo natin. Paano tayo niyan? Diba? So, at this point, I feel like we're gonna relax a little bit. How do you relax? Paano ka ba nagpapalamig?
How do I relax? I meditate and I listen to Bob Marley.
Okay.
Every little thing is gonna be alright.
Alright.
Ikaw?
Sorry, hindi ko kasi alam yung lyrics.
Hindi mo maalam?
Hindi ko alam yung lyrics.
Ang bata mo naman.
My bad.
Grabe naman to. So sa mga viewers natin dyan, share us your thoughts kung paano nga ba kayo nagpapalamig sa ngayon with our weather, with our panahon. Type it down below, let us know.
At abangan nyo rin dahil later today ay tatanungin natin ang ating mga paboritong manlalaro kung ano nga ang paraan nila at kung paano nga ba sila nagpapalamig.
Speaking of that, let's check out our matches for today. For our first match, Omega versus MNNE. Alamin natin kung anong leksyon nga ba ang dapat matutunan ng bagong barangay sa MNNE Evos.
The second matchup is TNC versus ONIC Philippines. Makakaharap ni na Raizen at King Kong ang dati nilang kupunan. Kamusta kaya ang pag-grow nila as players sa bago nilang team?
And for the last match of the day, Echo versus Blacklist International. Matapos ang bakbakan ng M4 and M5 World Champions, M3 and M4 Champions naman ang maghaharap sa ating star match of the day. Kaya huwag na natin patagalin pa. Let's get it started.
This is Smart Omega versus MNNE Evos.
Casters, paso.
We are a few moments away for the first match of the day. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's us, the We Bear Bros, OSX, Naizu, and Renmar Santa Cruz at your service. We're back again in action to deliver the match of Smart Omega and MNNE Evos. How are you feeling about this matchup, boys?
Mainit. Translated into it's hot.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, I've been speaking Filipino all day today.
Really?
Yeah, and I've had to switch to English.
Yeah, literally. I thought he was gonna be like going to the Filipino broadcast today. I was like, nice, you're casting Filipino today. It's like, nah, man, I just speak more Filipino now.
Yep, he's becoming more and more better with the Filipino dialect because right now we need to see what Smart Omega should learn from MNNE EVOs.
Oh boy.
This team, MNNE EVO, starting with this team, they have been doing great from the previous season to now. They have been doing great work. From Smart Omega, they have a huge roster, a 10-man roster, and so far until today, still is not working. The identity, something is still missing. Something needs more work.
Yeah, it feels kind of weird, right? As we take a look from Coach Bitoy here, his quote, last season we were 1 point short because we got late figuring out the chemistry of our players. And after that, when we finally got it, it was too late. And we talked about this even last season quite a bit. We were like, man, or was this version of MNNE? We can't wait to see them next season.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing them. So now it's like, all right, what is the lesson opportunity here for now Smart Omega?
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be starting with their lineup. Exactly, this was the question. Oh my god, our graphics get better and better each week, by the way.
Beautiful.
We just really got to mention that. What's the right mix for the new barangay? Is it the veterans, Team New Bloods on the left, the MDL-led roster, and of course Team Redemption, the veterans of the league with Rebo, Exor, Toyota, H2, and Jome. And if you look at the stats, really, so far I feel like they've had the same amount of games, although there's a little bit more for Team New Bloods.
Yep.
And now, since the last time we saw Barangay Omega, it was actually Jome this time taking over West in the gold lane, but with majority of Team New Bloods. If I'm Smart Omega, I'll stick with that. Because if you rock with that roster, you have a veteran in Jome who can sort of be like that veteran voice alongside Matt, and then these young bloods from the MDL who are hungry to prove themselves. If they're going to continue that, I'm going to approve.
I think collaborate is one of the right mix for Smart Omega because last season, how Spider Miles was incorporated as well with Yelly Hayes, MNNE EVOs, that was one great redemption that MNNE had done back in the previous one, how to get more points in. I think if they had this right mix, I think everything should work because again, we're at the 3.5 level week of the regular season.
Halfway-ish.
Halfway midterms. Now, so far we've seen ONIC Philippines do their work for a stable identity, but now MNNE still climbing it through. But the problem here is, how will Omega brew more for this time around for this week?
A big question.
And here are our marshals who will officiate the match. They ensure that the fairness and integrity of our games.
We know Jeff likes to cool off in the refrigerator, by the way.
Really?
To answer the question earlier on.
So that's how he cools off.
That's how he cools down, man.
Let's meet the players, Smart Omega and MNNE EVOs.
The new barangay continues to struggle this season, up against the young dark horses with a huge chip on their shoulders. Can Omega be the alphas to the pack of the White Tigers? MPL Arena, this is Smart Omega! The Dark Horses of MPL Philippines Season 13 have impressed the world. But if they want to prove that they are a playoffs competitor, then they need to be the beginning of the end of Omega. MPL Arena, welcome MNNE EVOs! And our coaches, Coach Stronger and Coach Imba DJ. MPL Arena, sino ang magwawagi? Ang hukbo o ang barangay?
Here's the team lineup for Smart Omega.
Smart Omega, they're going with Jome, Matt, Ryle, Luis, and Marked. Again, I think this is the big question was what lineup is going to work for Smart Omega and how can they get it going? Because we're nearly halfway through the regular season. They're at that point in the standings where they need the points, and this would be a great start for them to go against MNNE EVOS, who has impressed a lot of people up to this point.
Yeah, MNNE EVOS has been great. Dom and Kaizen, Lancey, Kirk, and Spider Miles, they've been rocking with this roster ever since the beginning, if I'm not mistaken. Fun fact about Lancey here, he's actually currently third in mid-laner power rankings based on stat performance this season. He's only behind Aqua and, or trailing Aqua and Few.
Wow.
And I believe in the big games, especially up against AP Bren and Blacklist International, it was Lancey who was showing up here. But of course, a lot of eyes are going to be in the battle of the gold lane. Big J, Jome, and of course, well, not in the gold lane, but his counterpart in the veterancy, Lancey, Spider Miles rather, in the roam. And as for the Infinix keys to victory, Omega here, they need to learn from MNNE EVOS' past season struggles in terms of finding chemistry. I like this. Again, I mentioned it. Them rocking with this roster, having a veteran in Jome, someone who is, let's say, has some pretty big family jewels in the gold lane with how he plays in the gold lane. You guys are going to see that later. Don't get lost in your own identity. It's great for MNNE EVOS, but also for Smart Omega. But in terms of MNNE EVOS, learn how to be a little bit more flexible. Teams are reading your drafts and are starting to play hack-a-miles ever since, and it's becoming your downfall. And establish a better line of communication for both. At the end of the day, you can come up with all the lineups, all the drafts that you can. On paper, you will look great, but how well do you execute? And that starts with communication from everyone.
Yeah, we've seen how Smart Omega does with their games in the previous matches that we've actually witnessed. I think if they had that way of how to analyze what they've been missing from their games and all of the things that they need to do up against MNNE EVOS, I think they could get things right this time around. But now, MPL Philippines livestream viewer rewards are now available. Come and watch the MPL matches in a TikTok to join the goodie bag lottery and be one of the lucky winners.
All you guys have to do is head over to TikTok, watch there, go to the MPL Philippines TikTok channel at MPL PH _official, click the official live stream, and then click on your top left corner to join the goodie bag lottery. That's going to be happening throughout all our matches today here, so make sure you go and grab that. We have lots in store for our viewers out there.
Yeah, for those of you who's with us right now in all of the channels, Facebook, YouTube, comment down any discussion, anything about the meta. We're reading it, we're checking it out, because if at the end of the match or even at the end of the series, things could be on your way, because Diamonds has been given yesterday for like 2 lucky winners from the Filipino and the English stream.
Yep, we had some winners yesterday, and we had a lot of people really talking. I mean, there were some heated conversations yesterday, but we're not going to bring all that up. But speaking of, in just a bit, we're going to head to the draft. I want to know which team is going to grab that Roger, or if we're actually going to see him banned out this time, because so far this hero has been making waves through the meta.
Well, speaking of the wins and the rates from blue side to red side, the fast picks right away from the Barangay, the priority over the Novaria. We talked about the Roger. Has been a staple priority yesterday, but now it seems to be the mid lane that wants to be the priority of Barangay Omega.
Yeah, let's see if MNNE EVOS are going to be deciding to pick up something already for their gold lane in terms of taking away something from Jome. They want to take comforts. They can go carry Barretts. Arlot's open for Kirk if they want to.
See value in me?
But they're going to be going Fredrin. Most likely going to be in the jungle here for Kaizen. And it's Rafaela, so they're going to be really leaning on their comforts. They immediately pick up the Spider Mouse hero right away.
I might not be a lightning man,
Interesting.
but I do know my trade.
Yeah, so full on sustain. That's the Roger we've been talking about. So we have the gold lane as well. We have the jungler for Smart Omega. So there's it's kind of like a blitz pick here right away for the draft.
I think they had to. I also like the fact that interesting, right? That MNNE picks up the Rafaela right away because they know that if they don't secure Spider Miles' pick, then there's a chance that the rest of the draft is still banned towards him, but also they pick up the Faramis alongside this.
Yeah.
And how is this going to be so far from MNNE EVOS? Having the Raphael, that sustainability, and then you throw on top of it another realm available to them.
The good thing about that is it really allows you to punish your own potential mistakes or the really good decisions of your opposing team. But MNNE EVOS, I wonder if they're going to be taking out something like a Lapu Lapu or a Terizla on the EXP lane, because that would be really good against this lineup of the Faramis. That Roger is most likely going into the gold lane, so they don't have to worry about like the Claude getting picked up here. But yeah, I'm looking away. Looking at MNNE EVOS taking away something like the Lapu Lapu, Terizla on the EXP. Maybe even the... No, not really a Lewis thing to do. Unless they're already really tanky. Like they need a little bit more sustain too. Front line.
Yeah, but if that thing is concerned, so this might also be the answer for MNNE EVOS. Either the answer with a way to answer with magic and full damage for this time for Omega, because the out of sustain, and just by looking at the stacks, how the Raphael was the priority of MNNE EVOS. Look at this. Average assist of 7.40. Well, this is the kill participation, 81.8%. All throughout the game, this is like early game, not going home until I can sustain you. Let's keep doing it. So this is the exploit you've talked about. So either the Lapu Lapu, not the Benedetta, but how about the Paquito here for the priority of... No, the last ban of MNNE EVOS.
Funny thing is, there's still a lot open. X-Borg would be available alongside the Lapu and the Terizla. So it's like Omega just going to be deciding which one works well best for them. If they see something on the side of MNNE EVOS that says, okay, that chunks down the Faraga armor a little bit too much, then they go for Lapu or Terizla. If they feel like there's not enough damage to take away the Faraga armor quickly, then they're going to be going for the X-Borg. It's just great up against comps like this that want to stay close together, even though they have sustainability, can avoid it. No, it's going to be difficult to go up against.
Yeah, if X-Borg is the answer, it's also a great counter for the Barretts as well. So you have more extra AoE and burst to poke out that...
No, I was saying like Omega would be...
Oh, there you go.
Either way.
I thought they'd want to consider picking that up. But yeah, it would have also been good for MNNE EVOS. That's true.
Yes. So probably just taking out the possible kryptonite of this first 3 strong picks of Barangay Omega. So for this, will they consider the EXP right now or just straight up for the marksman?
For MNNE EVOS?
Yep.
They can save their marksman pick for later. Because, again, they already know what... at any point right now, it will just struggle up against a Roger. So you're just looking at how the gold laner will round out your lineup. I mean, the carry's still up there if they're going to go really tanky on the side of Omega. Really? Really? Okay, I hope they...
Oh, they went just straight in with
I wanted them to save it, but okay. I'm not going to knock it.
It's okay.
So it helps with the Barretts, at least, you know, for the most part. But I asked this yesterday during the cast as well, is really what have we found that works the best against a Roger? It doesn't have to necessarily even be in the lane, but let's talk about lane matchup. And I think it was Wolf that he mentioned he likes the Harith against it. He likes that, obviously it's also depending on the player, but Roger is just one of those picks that has kind of risen once again through this, so teams are trying to figure out what's going to work against it very well. Now the Benedetta being picked up, thrown in the XP lane, this is a little flashy. I like that Omega's going this route because it does help with a win condition in a way of we can put pressure in the side lane. We can put pressure to force MNNE EVOS to respond, and then they round it out with a Cho pick here.
Yeah, so they have a pick off as well. Since there's so much, well, sustain from MNNE EVOS, might as well find something to pick one out of their circle or the safety area on how MNNE EVOS would actually do their team fights. So with this last pick, what would it be for the EXP lane? Because the Benedetta is here as well. Because if you are talking about marksman or gold lane, sustain, whatever. Because Roger in level 1, he actually could do a lot of early damage.
He's aggressive.
Against anyone, and he's fast.
Thing is, they need more catch. Terizla would be like the easiest option to go for, but then it's difficult. Or CC, I guess. Yeah, I'm alright with it. I think they're just going to count, instead of like playing closely and helping each other, their idea is, okay, you're going to throw an EXP laner towards at us, we'll throw our CC towards you as well, and then let's just see who's going to survive it longer. And I guess a good thing for MNNE EVOS is they have heal for them, 2 of it.
Yeah.
So
they have a lot of...
understandable approach.
A lot of that.
You also have a lot of plan B. And look at this, audience prediction, leaning towards MNNE EVOS at 58%. Not too far from Smart Omega, 42%. So leaning towards Dokbo this time. Let's see how it goes in game number 1 for the first match of the day. because we were talking about the matchup of the EXP laners. I'm just excited how the Roger matchup shows, because from this point on, we will see how will the question be answered for you, Naizu, on how could be the best hero to be in par with the early levels against a Roger.
Yeah, in the hands of Jom as well. In the chat, you guys can let us know which you're feeling more here, either Smart Omega's lineup for this game number 1 or MNNE EVOS. Don't forget to let us know what you guys are thinking as well. Again, we love to hear from you guys. And also, just a reminder, keep an eye out for the goodie bag if you're watching on TikTok.
Yeah, be sure when the base explodes, you know what to do. TikTok goodie bag right away. So it's game number 1. Let's see how this one goes. Camera on to Matt and Kaizen. Leash on MNNE EVOS right there for the orange. Matt goes in solo.
Yep. Let's see if they're going to end up showing up each other. And you see already the Roger cutting the carry behind the lane.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. This is what we're talking about. Jom and his big family jewels. This is how he loves to play.
It's the braids, man.
It's the braids.
It's the new hairstyle thing. It's the new thing.
Yeah, big braid energy.
The big braid energy. I like it. The BBE.
Yeah, the BBE.
Big braid energy. I think since it's hot in the Philippines, you need that cool hairstyle.
Yeah.
And it gives you a lot of breeze in the head.
I expect braids next week, OSX.
Oh.
You know? You can go for it.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I hope my hair was that long. Or just get something out of it. But XP lane, Kirk.
Oh. How's the level 4?
Matt as well got the ultimate ready as well.
Yeah. You know, with this too, you have to take in consideration that MNNE EVOS doesn't only have the Netherrealm and a lot of these heals and the baptism to help them. Nope, Domeng there. But they have 3 purifies as well. So there is so much for MNNE EVOS to kind of sustain through fights, live through them, disengage if they want to. And I feel like that's where the work is cut out here for Smart Omega. Matt's going to be the focus, though. Gets whittled down. Appraiser's Wrath will be able to find him with the first blood already. Lewis gets the retreat, but put MNNE EVOS on the board here. They make their way to the turtle.
Matt looks like he overstayed his welcome, Delbon. I thought he left, but he was there still.
Yep, bad timing there. MNNE EVOS with a sharper, better rotation so far. Barris is not going to get there in time, so great start here for MNNE EVOS. One thing I also want to point out is that this, in terms of the Roger of Jom, he's going for the full assassin getup. It's assassin emblem, rupture, and the master assassin talents as well. Because we're seeing different schools of thought with Roger. Some would go marksman a la Kusei in RSG. Their item build is a little bit different too.
Yep.
So in terms of Jom, it's he wants to duel and he wants to be an assassin.
That's just purely damage, and he's ready to take on this carry because at some point in the game, maybe mid or delay game, that's where the carry could actually shine. But the rotation of MNNE EVOS right now, they have contingencies from A to D with all of the resources right here that we see on our screens.
And so far, Mark has just been really parking himself here in the gold lane. It's like they're forcing MNNE EVOS' Spider Miles to go into the gold lane there so that the rotation around the other parts of the map slows down. But with that, the Barretts is also struggling alongside the Novaria, which is why we saw Matt get taken down to the bot lane.
Yeah. I think that's one way to put MNNE EVOS' strength in just one corner in the first few minutes of the game. Probably buy some time how they would actually jumpstart more of their composition, then fight back when it's ready. Because right now, we're just seeing eyes on the lanes that they want to actually have an advantage of, such as this.
Okay, they're going to spawn him out. Advantage or not, you know, Mark has been living on this side of the river for now. Really kind of just helping to put pressure here on Domeng if he can, but so far hasn't been able to really result into anything. Now the rest of the MNNE EVOS going to force them out, but the response is here. Jom playing a little dangerous, less than half health, but with this, let's see how this rotation pans out here for MNNE.
Yeah, at this point, I'm starting to think, does Mark have a mortgage in that side of the map? Is he paying off a house?
I think that's the investment.
Yeah, but the investment has led to MNNE EVOS going, hey, let's go for a 4-man rotation to make it even harder for Jom. And now Domeng's going to be the one leading lane.
Yeah, speaking of which, Domeng is on level 6. We are seeing a 1-level XP cap that answers the pressure coming from MNNE EVOS right up top.
This is interesting. I like how confident Mark still is even on this trophy pick. We don't see it picked up that much anymore, but players still like to kind of go this round. It gets a little bit tougher for them to really find those setups for the Way of the Dragon they're going to be looking for. But if he's able to find the right marked target, this could start it. Netherrealm going to be used already. Lewis there as well, joins the fight, looking for the kill. The heals, though, are too much for now. MNNE Evo's going to survive that, but Matt, this whole time, will secure the turtle here for Smart Omega.
Good proactivity from the side of Omega. They thought, okay, guys, we're a little bit too static all around the lanes. Let's try to go for a collapse going into the mid, going into the second turtle of the game. Right call there by Omega. So now, right call as well here by Jome and Mark to actually invade into the orange side, steal resources away from MNNE Evos. Now MNNE Evos has to be careful about this because Omega's lineup, they're front to back. They have a wide vision with a Nova and Luis.
Oh. He's gone.
He gone.
Kirk got him.
Captain got him.
Yep. As you were saying, the front to back from Smart Omega.
Yeah. If MNNE Evos aren't careful and then Omega gets to the point where their front to back will shine, then yeah, they will struggle because we've seen Benedetta's all throughout the season like really tear up in the mid of the late game once her items are there up against lineups that MNNE Evos built. So as much as MNNE Evos was comfortable, they can't get too comfortable. When this game extends, Omega's happy.
Yeah, so there's a window right now that they can actually capitalize on because if they miss that window, it could turn around bad. Such as this. You were mentioning about how they wanted to pressure more of the carry. Doming has been sort of spotted most of the time, but wow, the rotation of MNNE Evos right here, just completely securing this side of the map. They forget everybody on the EXP, having their own business, just making sure of Doming's performance or even just state right now.
They're going to allow Doming to continue to farm up here, especially against this Roger pick we've talked about quite extensively. Look at that, though. The confidence. Mark going to go in with the Way of the Dragon, gets the Purify out, so he's going to be fine. That's a resource down, though, from Doming for now. Turtle's still about 15 seconds away. So right now, it's a very small win, but they can't still get a kill on the board here for Smart Omega.
With these kinds of resources that MNNE Evos has, you have the Purifies, you have the heal, regen. I think one thing that you can capitalize on is mostly the pokes on how to even force everything out of MNNE Evos. But so far, at 7 minutes into this game, only one Purify has been consumed over and over, and that's from Doming.
Oh, that's massive Astral Echo, but I think Omega are just going to go for a map-wide trade. Matt's going to try, but Omega's pushing up top.
Yep, Kirk kind of zoning out here. Rest of MNNE is going to work on this turtle. You can see on the top lane, too, the pressure being put up there, and that's it. Kaizen gets that turtle. Now 2 for MNNE. So we'll see how this all adjustments happen for the Lord, because so far, is this the right balance from Smart Omega so far?
Yeah, it's balanced. Good trading. They thought that taking the turtle at this point would be a 50-50. Again, with all the Purifies on the side of MNNE Evos, and them wanting to pick off and wanting to control, but they can't do it. So they go ahead to the top lane, trade things out, get a tower, get a push, and that means Jome can go around with the rest of the team more, because at this point, MNNE Evos is Doming. Is going to be sticking with the team as well as much as he can while balancing it with a push. And now Omega can push down bottom.
They want to go for Kirk here. Marked. Using that conceal, not going to be able to get him, but they get the turret. That seems like they're going to be happy with that, so they back off for now. And still, finding these small wins where they can across the map.
2 turrets already.
Matt,
hold on, though.
He's quite tanky. Daytona's welcome into the wall. Kaizen, the target, goes in with the Petrify. They can't find it just yet. Matt's going to be the one to fall, though, now. Kaizen still alive. Gets the heals. Mark going to be in trouble. The flicker comes through now. Another one comes through again. Jome in trouble. Gets taken down by Kirk.
Yo.
They find a kill again for MNNE.
Spider, Miles, and Lancy timing everything perfectly. The playing around the Nether Realm, playing around the Holy Baptism, playing around the Shadow of Sam's speed as well, so that Lancy can get some pulse in. It's a great team fight by MNNE Evos, and we're starting to see here Omega, yes, they can fight, but they're still not at that point where they have the damage. They're pick-off, peel type of lineup, but the damage isn't going to be quite there yet. They will have to wait for the late game.
Yeah, extended team fights, sustained, because from that team fight that what just happened a few seconds ago, no Purifies was consumed. So probably it's just all the ultimate just doing all the work, and once they can have the chance to pull something out of Omega, which you've seen, that Shadow Stamping, they capitalize on just this.
Go in with a kick, Kirk the target. They're not going to get anything out of that, though. He's tanky enough, even on the CC. Again, he's got 3 kills here, still holding on to the Vengeance. So this is what you were talking about, Renmar. The damage just not there right now. Lancy, though, will get poked down from Jome. Jome might be the saving grace in the damage department for Smart Omega as they get ready to possibly contest and dance for this Lord.
Well, I like what Kirk's doing here, pushing back the members of Omega. Always having eyes on Matt, and now MNNE's going to push.
They're going for it. Matt going to get dragged back. Kirk going to keep him there at bay. Trying to zone him out the best they can, but look at the damage coming through on Marked. Mark takes a couple shots. He's going to be able to fall. Domain getting the kill. Now Joan going to be the target. Kirk can't get it just yet. They force him back as well, but that's the Lord secured for Kaizen. And now MNNE EVOS looking to put the pressure in the mid lane.
Zone out and control, and the recalls just showing they have more time with recalls rather than just taking on them one by one.
Lewis.
Oh, Lewis though.
Lewis jumped in with the Petrify, holds the line, keeps the turret, the tier 1 up in that mid lane. They still have to deal with the push coming though with that Lord.
Not enough damage. Main story right now for Omega and MNNE EVOS, with all the sustainability that they have, and you think of their damage as not coming in chunks, it whittles you down slowly until you realize I have to get back, and that's what happened in the frontline push of Kirk. And that's what's been happening to Omega right now. Little by little, it's like a war of attrition. MNNE EVOS are pushing forward.
They want to force this one. Marked, even got retreat at Kaizen, forcing them back out of this area. They want that tier 1. Couple recalls coming up while they wait for these waves to push in. Lord
So
also
flashy.
on the top side. And now again, Smart Omega lacking the damage. Can they contest? Can they hold it together?
They need to find someone out of here from MNNE EVOS. Either poke or force something out of the resource. Spider-Miles getting his Oracle as well. Just by imagining how he can sustain more of the team fights.
Under the turret they go, forcing them back some more. The taunts come through. Matt gets quite a bit of damage. Daytona's welcome, but he's going to fall to Domeng as they grab the kill. Netherrealm going to be used as well. Still, Lord finally going to go down here on the top side. MNNE EVOS happy with what they got. Kirk feeling really good about it, and that seems to be it for now.
Yep, that's not good. Like,
not good.
Honestly,
Not really good.
You're seeing everything unfold before your eyes. A great itemization here by MNNE EVOS. This is how you know the carry's so happy. This is a hybrid style carry. It's not even built for that much damage. It's the Thunder Belt and the Endless Battle style of carry.
Well,
but he hurts. Look at the damage coming out of Domeng.
Not to mention the slow as well, just being right in front of the front line of MNNE EVOS.
True damage for days.
Days. I felt you right there.
Hey, days or not, they have, right now, they've shut down Smart Omega.
Yeah.
Gold benefit is up to MNNE EVOS now. Lewis by being in front.
Lewis, couple retributions coming out. Mark still going to be looking for the target on the backside. Netherrealm comes through. They get a couple stuns up. Appraiser's Wrath going to find the mark, but can't get the kill just yet. Still MNNE EVOS. You are seeing the lead they have in terms of items. Can they get there in time for Smart Omega? Lord up in less than 30.
This is sad. He's only still up to a Lightning Truncheon Ryle. Right now, the saving grace is going to be the Novaria at this point. Yes, it's already the 3 core items for this kind of Roger already built. Windtalker, Berserker's Fury, and Haasklaus. Remember, that's the core for this kind of assassin-style attack speed Roger. But Ryle really, he needs that Genius Wand. If he really starts wanting to damage the members of MNNE EVOS, if he's not going to go Genius, he's probably going to be glowing one of those 2 wands. But then after that, he needs to rush the Glaive. So then, again, the timer's Ryle's damage, and the pressure is on Luis and Jome to damage as much as they can. But they're going to trade it out. Omega's going to go for the tower down bot anyway. Knowing MNNE EVOS' tendencies to focus around the Lord, let's just see if they'll be able to defend.
And that's a secure objective for Kaizen. MNNE EVOS takes this one again. And I can feel how smart Omega right now is just being pushed back in the corner. You can't use anything. I don't care if you have damage. I don't care if you have magic damage. We have so much sustain and contingencies from plan A to plan Z. And we can do it all day.
Part of that plan has to be defending this base against this push. Already down a base turret on the top side. You're going to see MNNE EVOS put the pressure here, force a situation. Electro Final Blow going to be used on that wave of minions to clear it out. Meanwhile, they still have to deal with this Lord. Kaizen going to go in under. Jome could be in trouble here, has to flicker out. Still going to force the fight now. They're bunched up. Netherrealm comes down. Domain comes through with all the damage. Lord going to be working on the Crystal. Still they're trying to hold it together. Matt holding it down until he gets taken out. Now Crystal going to be worked on once again. Still looking for kills. And that's going to be it as MNNE takes game number 1.
A clean game for MNNE EVOS, just doing all the work. And they take the first game of the day.
Well, MNNE EVOS looks good. Omega still look like they're struggling, man.
All I gotta say is it's what they learned from last season, this MNNE EVOS.
Yeah.
It's that refinement that we were hoping we would see after we got a glimpse of them at the end of last season, right? And that's kind of that play right there. Yes, Smart Omega struggled there, but it was hard to see any kind of weak points from MNNE EVOS in that game one.
Yeah, there's so much good. Again, as I repeat, contingencies, support, and also sustain plans from the composition of MNNE EVOS. How do you even put a bite out of that Roger to the damage of MNNE? You're completely cornered, completely a checkmate from that moment, from the very start of the game, getting any kills. It was a complete struggle to use all of your resources, and man, yeah, it was just a MNNE just pushing all the way through the base of Smart Omega.
The crazy thing is, like, the lead wasn't anything massive until at one point in the game, probably like mid-game-ish. But really what the struggle that I saw, and maybe you'll break down this in the analyst segment some more, but really in those early skirmishes, those early team fights, Smart Omega couldn't get through the 3 Purifies, the Holy Baptism, the heals, plus the Netherrealm. Like, it was way too much survivability that MNNE had.
Yeah, they were chunky. They were thick with 2 Cs. And look, our MVP, it's Kirk.
Doing the 4 p.m. MPL in a dance.
Is that the official name of it?
I think so.
That's good to know.
All right. And
4
let's look
p.m.
again. The MVP.
Kirk.
On the CC.
Captain Kirk.
The captain, 3-0-3 for his KDA, and his zoning, I believe, is the main focal point as to why MNNE EVOS' lineup, I would like to say, worked. So, for the lineup of MNNE EVOS, we know that they play around together. They play with the Rafaela, the Faramis, and then the Fredrin as well. You play around that center 3. What we know from that lineup historically, or teams that like to play like that, is that they need an EXP laner that can go forward. That's why when we saw that MNNE EVOS last picked the CC, it was the same line of thought. Omega had a lineup where, okay, it's a EXP laner that will throw at you, deal with it. MNNE EVOS answered that with, here's our EXP laner, try to deal with Kirk, and most of the time Omega couldn't. It didn't always need to lead the kills, it just needed to lead to a stop. And by a stop, we mean get vision. Stop Omega from getting close to the turtles, because I believe MNNE EVOS already understood that at some point Omega said, okay, they're really just trying to play around the objectives, trying to punish a mistake, and try to force something out of MNNE EVOS using a Purify potentially too early, but you're not going to get that with MNNE EVOS. So Kirk here, well-deserved MVP. He made it look easy, his job as a CC. I'm not trying to make it rhyme. It just so happens to be that's the case. That's just how good Kirk was, and the rest of MNNE EVOS playing around Kirk as well. That we need to point out. Again, going back to that moment in the turtle fight where it was him who single-handedly chased Matt and the other members of Omega back just so that MNNE EVOS can get the turtle. Get the lords, get the turtle, get the objectives, although MNNE EVOS didn't get all of it. They knew their strength in their lineup, and they knew the weakness in the Omega lineup, where if Omega couldn't find that snowball, then MNNE EVOS wouldn't have to worry. If the Omega lineup got early wins, considerable amounts of them, it's going to be bad news for MNNE EVOS, because now you have a mid, you have a Faramis, a Rafa trying to support a Fredrin as much as possible to survive. But what we got was what was expected, where MNNE EVOS would just dominate here. And I will then go back to my main question. Why the Joe? You already have a Novario with you who provides great vision. Yes, the idea is, all right, we're going to have a jungler, or sorry, roamer, who can go into the jungle of MNNE EVOS to get info, to get pick off. The battle spell called Purify exists and is constantly picked up here by heroes that need to counter pick-off types. Hey, what's something that isn't countered by a Purify? A Suppress? Kaja Novaria are a popular combo in terms of the clearing the middle rotation, and you get that pick-off as well. Am I gonna say that if they picked up the Kaja here, it's gonna be better? I don't know. But if Omega actually had a Suppress instead of a normal crowd control pick-off, then maybe it could have gone better for them. And as we look at the heat map here of Spider Miles, really they played as a unit. They played around this roamer. Their idea of the middle 3, a la Ube. We've been seeing it all season, and MNNE EVOS is even proud of it. Their playstyle is inspired by Blacklist International and that era of Blacklist, that style of gameplay. That's why they prioritize the Rafaela and the Fredrin. They're leaning in on their identity, and that's something Omega needs to learn from MNNE EVOS, gentlemen. MNNE EVOS knows their identity. Omega What's yours?
I know
That's
my
the great
identity.
question. Really?
Yeah.
I know mine as well.
Feels good, OSX.
But since we're trying to figure out the identity of Smart Omega, but that game was so great because Infinix GT Series is here. Outplay the rest. Brought to you by Infinix, the official sponsor of MPL Philippines Season 13.
Be unstoppable and outplay the rest with the Infinix GT Series. I bet they know their identity as well.
Yeah. Fluid, amazingly played.
Outplay.
Great. I don't mind getting outplayed by Infinix.
And as I play Mobile Legends with my Infinix, you better get a Vixana High Rarity Zenith skin.
He has it.
I have it.
I have it. Twisted Fairy Tail is now available from March 25 to April 30. Participate in the draw event and enjoy 30% off for your first 10 times draw and 50% to your daily first one-time draw.
You may even stand a chance to win Vexana's Battle Emote, I'm the Queen. Elimination Effect, the Apple of Doom, and other amazing skins. Come and join now. I'll tell you what, right now in game, there's so many good skins. It's kind of hard to decide.
Yeah.
It's
I
kind
think
of hard.
one of them could actually even use the new Moskov skin. I don't know if they have it.
Yeah, hopefully. Can someone pick up Moskov so we can see the skin in action today?
Yeah, because it has a limited edition like tag, like number 100 something else.
It feels like a collector's edition that time. And again, if you need diamonds, comment. Keep commenting in the chat, folks, wherever you're watching and on the official YouTube streams of MPL Philippines.
Yeah, because right now we are still looking and even listening or even watching your comments right now, because as we go with the draft recap on game number 1, I know you've been discussing what is the best build for this Roger, what is the best thing to have this matchup against a carry. I think the answer just completely have a great way of sustaining your composition with 3 Purifies, one Great Netherrealm, even the ultimate from Rafaela, and that's where you answer the threat of a Roger early game.
You know, I'm glad I don't play Rome, because then I would really be struggling on how do I deal with that? Like, how do you deal? And you already talked about this, the Kaja, the Suppress.
I wish it was a Kaja.
The pull.
I wish it was too. But still, let's say it was the Kaja, you still got a lot to work through.
That is very true.
Like, the Netherrealm alone plus the Holy Baptism, like, I mean, and it's Spider Miles. Like, we've seen teams literally just go through all bans against Spider Miles, and that's why I think it was such a good pickup that they picked it up in that first phase.
So we're seeing it. That's how MNNE Evos just loves their playstyle and what they do.
Yep, team head-to-head. Just by as we head on a few seconds for the next game, Omega and MNNE Evos, just looking at the damage per death, even for the crowd control time. We haven't seen Rubies being picked up. We haven't seen even the Mortises. So if crowd control could be the strength of even Barangay Omega, could they actually go back? Because it was looking at the draft, or even the stats of this head-to-head. Omega's still also way of showing how their kill participation is still in par with MNNE Evos.
Is this flipped around?
No, I think it's.
I know earlier it was, but anyway.
Was it?
The main point here is Smart Omega has been struggling, and they have to figure out what's going to work for them, really. So, you know, we saw this back when they played. I'm wondering if they just, I don't know if they will, switch the lineup. Remember when we saw that before when, like, Smart Omega played? They played game 1 with one lineup. Game 2, they came in with another lineup. Now, I don't know if this is still the time to do that, right? You might actually want to go ahead and just keep refining what you can. Like,
100%.
But there are reasons, and this is what we talked about leading into this matchup when we were talking about what can they learn from MNNE Evos, even from last season, where they experimented so much throughout the season until they eventually found something that works for them.
Yeah, but I feel like for MNNE Evos, you can't just look at their journey from Season 12. Their story is a story that started in MPL Philippines Season 11. And that lineup, even though it was a different picture, those members in Spider Miles and others were there. So they, little by little, that was there until they showed up in Season 12 as like the main lineup as they were juggling between 2. And then now it's them again. So for MNNE Evos, they've already paid the price for 2 seasons in a row. That's why we're seeing them able to fight, able to impress the world so far this season. And Omega, I honestly, personally, it's kind of unfair to put a lot of pressure into the shoulders of this young squad of Omega. Yes, they're coming from a really successful MDL Season 2 berth wherein they finished in 2nd place. But then at the same time, it's like, it's their first season in the MPL. MNNE Evos wasn't great when
Their
they
first
started
season.
out, their first
Yep.
season, it took them time. So they're now finally, are they finally going to get to the playoffs? Well, for Omega, yes, they have veterans in there, but you're ushering a new era for a younger squad. So, like, take it easy a little bit, you know?
You know, art takes time.
Yeah, art takes, that's beautiful, OSX. I like
Art
that.
takes time.
Quote that. Quote that.
You can't just rush things. And I get your point because even how we vision or even witness the growth of Next Play Evos, now MNNE Evos, it's not just like in a snap, oh, hey, I'm a great player. I'm like the top global Arlot right now for some reason. It takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
And maybe right now, as they figure out more of their footsteps or taking more baby steps, I think this is where like they take more of the mistakes and take it to a great lesson to learn from all of those things that they went through all the way.
Yeah, a great start, baby step to starting off a beautiful artwork. Draft a Kaja instead of a Cho. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
He's hoping for the Kaja. That's what he's looking for. Whoa, that red side win
Wow.
rate is not good.
Not, well, it's even color red.
Yeah, that's for Omega.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
That's sad.
yeah, we can't.
That's
like,
tough to see, man.
That's
yeah,
tough to see.
That's really tough to see.
Yeah, it's also hard to even say. But
wow.
now, with the priority of MNNE Evos being on the blue side, they take the Paramis with them. We see all the bands being focused on the Rome, such as the Angela, the Minotaur. You've been talking about the Hackamiles. So would that be... Oh, okay, they're still going with the Roger as well for this second game.
I like this idea that Omega's going for. They have a lineup that they want to say, hey, like through thick or thin, we're going to continue. And then if we're going to be the type to just constantly pick Roger, let's pick Roger.
I will choose my
And they this time they get the Yarlot. I'm just wondering if is this a Rafaela pick again from MNNE Evos with this Faramis? Like they could possibly go the same route. I mean, they had such a good synergy with that, especially early skirmishes. It's so tough to deal with. Not sure if they want to do that. Fredrin's going to be picked. There it is.
Of course.
Why not? If it ain't broke,
Well,
fix it.
Don't
Yeah.
fix it. Pick the same three things.
Yeah, even though they switch side, it's literally the same ones.
Yeah. Sustain, take out the Baksha. That's how they eyed things right here.
Yeah.
See? No Baksha. I take the Fredrin. Nothing is broken. So, yeah. Things that we observe. And how will...
OSX, I'm sorry, man. OSX, just let us tell the audience now the observation you told us. Come on, man. I was thinking the same thing. Just say it.
I'm just confused. Like right now, since we're seeing like Matt on our screens.
Yeah.
And if Matt is related to Jome.
You say Matt and Jome look alike.
Yeah, man. Like they're brothers.
I see it, bro. I see it.
I can see it.
I'm not going to knock you for it, bro. They look the same.
That's an observation. And we're speaking of art. That's art.
That's art. Beautiful, man.
I just noticed, like, wait. I know Matt was red here in our visuals, but now he's just... His hair is like normal color.
You know what you should ask him to do?
What?
You should ask Matt to also get braids.
I think so. Oh, imagine.
Yeah, they'll both have braids.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't know which Matt and Jome is up close.
Yeah. They're both like big dudes too. If you see them in person,
yeah,
they're like, oh, I think Matt's bigger.
Yeah, they do pass off as like cousins at most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bloodline.
The bloodline continues. Hey.
Well, speaking of Vexana earlier.
Oh, wait.
Picked up.
But, well, if this is going to be, is this going to be a Faramis drone? Because if the Valentina is still could be still an option for the table.
What? That's a Faramis mid.
Oh, Faramis mid.
Rafaela's the
Rafaela's.
It's the
because
same.
we've seen.
Yeah, same.
It'll
The
be the
same as
thing.
previous. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
That's
I
why
will not
said-
overthink again.
Yeah, bro. It's MNNE Evos, man. We know what they like.
Yeah.
They're probably even going to just pick up a carry again if that's open.
For sure.
Like, you know, throw
Carry
it. Yeah.
and the 3 purifies.
It could actually just go that route if they wanted to, you know? But there's, okay, the CC is at least taken out this time around. So really, like, XP lane as well. What do you want to throw in the XP lane for MNNE?
No U-Zone, no EXP. Well, Barrett's is not here, though. But I think Xborg, they would actually consider being taken out.
Yeah. For MNNE Evos, in terms of their EXP laner, other than the Arlot, there's actually a widespread for Kirk in terms of his hero choices. There can be any. If this is going to be a slower front to Hanzo.
That was a curveball. Like,
we have been talking cheese picks, cheese strats yesterday. We're expecting Smart Omega just, okay, let's just go crazy. Hanzo, nobody touch your back line.
who was it that was hoping they'd see a Hanzo? There was someone on desk that said that their wish. Oh, it's Midnight.
Midnight.
Midnight was the one that was hoping for a Hanzo. Well, he at least gets to see him in the ban list.
Yeah.
So there's that.
And I know in Indonesia too, like from time to time, you hear Mirko and Arashi also hoping for a Hanzo.
A Hanzo, yeah.
Actually, not all of them. I feel like at one point I've heard a good amount of our friends in the English desk of MPL Indonesia just mentioned Hanzo. And I think once or twice, even in NACT, someone brought it up. What's up with Hanzo? What do they know that we don't?
Maybe it's a thing like.
First rule around here.
Oh,
It's the
okay.
X-Borg, and it's the carry.
Yep. They take the Barretts and open. Oh! Ho, ho!
Okay.
Oh, that explains it.
They'd rather deal with the Fanny than the Hanzo.
Very interesting debut pick.
Wow, debut pick week 3. End of week 3, I should say.
Yeah.
3.8
in the Philippines.
Only in the Philippines.
Up against Rafaela for Ramis and Fredrin and not a Teresa, an X-Borg.
Oh man, this is iffy. You guys in the chat, let us know as well. How you feeling about the Fanny pick?
Yep. Go ahead. Comment it down.
Is this the secret sauce?
Yeah.
Is this the right mix?
Oh, could be.
I don't wanna say anything too definitive just yet. Y'all can already probably hear in the tone of my voice. The two gentlemen here by my side see how my face looks about this Fanny pick.
What's it look like?
A little bit like Roger. minus the cigar in his mouth.
Yep. Okay, it's match point. And let's see how Barangay Omega will push this, or if they can push this to a game number 3. Let's see how this goes. MNNE Evos could still be on a streak for this one. Let's see the development, how the change will be.
I just want to say, history does say that Matt will probably have a difficult game here. But I also have to say, if Matt has a great snowball, that's going to be really good for Omega's hopes and dreams of like forcing this to a game 3, even getting those 3 points. So I'm going to just put that out there, because if I don't, and then he ends up having a really great game, people are going to be coming after me.
Yeah, we just don't want to be that. Well,
yeah, but let's be real. Come on, this Fanny's gonna might most likely have a hard time.
Yeah, because one thing that if you and we guys like Fanny, if you're this kind of type of hero, you want to be more aggressive. You want to be the one stealing all those purples, stealing all of the oranges. Aggressive way of doing things as a Fanny assassin. Well, let's see how this goes. Maybe this could be their identity. Maybe this could be their flavor.
I mean, not only that, but the difficult part I see this for the Fanny too is especially when it comes to the objectives, right? Like trying to contest objectives as a Fanny, especially against a Fredrin across from you, as we see Mark get boinked down. Wow,
that
already getting
damage.
the flicker out. Jeez.
And Mark was still on level 2.
Bonk with a capital B and a capital K.
Yep, the big bonk.
Yeah.
Going back to the point though, that's the thing. I just don't see that being a good time for Matt, even though, yes, he's a skilled player, just on a Fanny here, going against this lineup when it comes to objectives. We'll have to see if he can kind of finesse it, because really that's what's going to take. Right now, though, this first turtle just easily going to the hands of MNNE Evos here.
One thing to point out for MNNE Evos, no Purify present as well. All flickers.
Yep.
And they have taken the first objective with them.
Yeah, they can afford to be aggressive. The crowd control combinations that are dished out here by Omega can actually just be sort of like countered by the innate sustainability and heal. Great play by Matt.
Okay, he gets another realm used up here, so the damage potential is obviously there. That's what you expect when you have the Fanny brought up, especially any type of assassin hero pulled in the jungle. But right now, that's still the thing. It's still the same case. Purifies or not, this time not being here, it's working against the sustainability, that durability factor, the healing that comes from Spider Miles, and even the Nether Realm. You still have to be able to get through that. So even if Matt finds an entry point, most likely he's going to get one of those ultimates out and then has to come back through, or just have a bunch of bursts. Spider Miles, that could be a Matt,
No.
though. Won't be able to find what he was looking for, and that could have been the moment for him.
Yeah.
I just felt that.
We saw what happened.
Kaizen knows. He doesn't have any energy, Matt. That feels bad, man.
And the first blood goes to Banana Evos.
Yes. Everything missed. Not a good showing.
It hurt.
It really hurt. Omega had a great attempt there. You saw what they were trying to do little by little. Crowd control, separate, mark with a final slash. Try to isolate the roamers, the sustained roamers away from each other because Matt can burst them down. If Matt got the kills there, that would have been the start of something really good. Fortunately, he didn't. Wasn't able to get close enough to get to the ultimate off. Flew by. Yeah.
It was stuck in a bad place pretty much from there.
Place.
And this is where you see him, already getting that flicker out as well. All this, now for the second turtle up here. We'll see if they actually want to contest this from Smart Omega. Very small lead for Banana Evos right now, but it looks like this is just going to be another objective going to the hands. It looks like there could also be some focus on Domang down there, but it gets called off as well. So, not able to make a play there. Objective secured for Banana Evos.
Yeah, Matt let go of the objective. Domang was trying to be cornered by Matt and Jome. Looks like probably trying to steal the orange, but that was just the carry just down bottom, and they're willing to trade for it.
Yeah, it's Lewis getting a bite.
Lewis goes in. Kirk still has the armor for now. Has to pop the last Insanity, though. Oh, there's Matt. Can't get the kill again. Kirk's still going to be able to live through that. Now the response here. Kaizen, the one tanking the brunt of the damage. Appraiser's Wrath goes in with the final slash. Now Kirk still alive. Lewis finally cleans up the kill. Kaizen falls as well. Smart Omega finally bites back.
Okay, despite everything going on here, Banana Evos, if they want to play sharper, they can't do things like that. They have to be able to know when to back, know when to retreat. They can't give kills like that to Omega if they want to keep their considerable lead that they've built up for themselves, because at this point, Matt's still trying to chase Kaizen in terms of the resources. He's about to hit level 8, but Kaizen's, I believe, already on the way to level 9 at this point, close to a 2-level gap between the two junglers, because his whole time Banana Evos has just been constantly invading, getting those little resources away from Omega and away from Matt. So yeah, level gap.
Kaizen is about to check about his orange, but no orange available. Stolen.
Yep.
Grand Theft Orange by Matt.
So it's a good thing that Matt's also trying to find resources for himself.
Yep.
He needs to. Because at some point, again, if Banana Evos aren't careful, they're going to get surprised and get bursted down by a Fanny that right under their noses was just already able to get resources, even though for the majority of the time they were thinking, where's this Fanny? We don't feel the damage. It's going to be okay. But at some point, they are going to feel it and they have to be careful.
Yeah, at least Matt, resources, objectives across the map. He's kind of just finding what he can at this point, letting the rest of the team do their best to hold on for now, right? It's still kind of a little bit of a lead for Banana Evos, but leading into this next turtle, I still think they go ahead and grab that. I'm not sure if Smart Omega really wants to contest this or fight it. They could get in position for it, though.
Matt with a Malefic Roar Rush as that Fanny, so he really just wants to be able to burst someone down.
Right away, physical penetration answers everything for Banana Evos with the Threat of the Nether Realm wanting to use it, but no more contention. Okay, Kaizen still gets it, Banana Evos for that another objective. Looking for a way to trade up top, maybe the waves, maybe the turrets, but nobody tried to even just try to take a peek.
Yeah. Well, it's still a good decision on for Omega, but
Conceal plate comes through, gets the stun. There's the final slash. Flicker to stay alive, so Lancey keeps himself together. But it's nice to see Smart Omega trying to make plays if they can. But still, they need more time here.
Yeah. Gotta respect that attempt there by Mark and Ryle, actually. Great final slash, sending it across the wall. But Ryle's Terrified just wasn't able to get off in time. And we saw it fly away, but at that point, Lancey already got the flicker past the wall and into safety.
Well, with Jombi in safety, top lane.
Again. Marked again with the final slash. Domang going to be the focus. Eats him up. Lewis throws him into the wall. Nether Realm to help him out. Can they get the kill they're looking for? And nothing happens because the heals are too much for now. And Smart Omega still looking for damage here. Meanwhile, Matt will continue to just farm up on the other side of the map.
Yeah, taking possible resources out of Kaizen's hands. So they're willing to trade for that.
Yeah.
Probably the answer for a late game, maybe damage out of MNNE Evo, so we're leaving all the possible potential of comeback of Smart Omega.
Kaizen.
This is how confident Kaizen is. Has the heals. Final Slash going to be used as well. Still fighting for the buff.
Oh!
Kaizen's Wrath going to find Mark. Jome also flickers out. But Matt looking on the backside. Looking for his own kill. Gets Spider Miles down. So it's a trade, the 1 for 2.
Finally, he takes Spider Miles down.
Well, that's one down out of the many problems you still have in your book, but it's something for Omega. Not Evo's Kaizen. That's a sign for Omega to know that just how dire things are right now. And I really want to go back to that team fight forced up top. That looked like more of a defensive force to try and clear the minion waves, buy time as much as possible, because if they committed that team fight with killer intent, they would have waited for Ryle to have his ultimate. If the Eternal Guard was up then, it would have been great for Omega, but they didn't, so that really just looked like, okay, we're going to defend this. But look at Kirk, the damage coming out from this X-Borg single-handedly keeping back the front line of Omega.
Keeps him marked there quite low. Already having to use a defensive Final Slash, and that's going to secure that first Lord now for MNNE Evos. Kirk just doing work.
Yeah, one-man zone out potential out of Smart Omega. Nobody crossed the border. Free objective for MNNE Evos and another turret in mid.
Oh, with this, as we wait for that Lord to push in, don't forget, again, you guys watching on TikTok as we get a look at the hand cam here, to look out for that goodie bag on the top left. Kirk, go. Has to flicker out, so Matt puts the pressure there, but now Smart Omega has to deal with the Lord.
Yeah, there's a push down bottom. Still only one turret taken out of MNNE Evos. And item builds of Smart Omega. Is this the mid-game, late-game investment that they were hoping for?
Well, for Omega?
Yep.
Yeah, they've invested a little bit quicker onto the late-game items such as the Divine Glaive, the Malefic Roar, which in this scenario is something that they needed to do. So the full investment isn't there just yet, but they're trying to rush to that point so that they could buy time as much as possible. So, again, for games where we saw Fanny have a difficult time, you're just going to be here flying all over the map, taking resources away, going back to base, showing up and all that. Lancey!
That's a good Final Slash to come through. Takes
Wow.
Lancey out. Eternal Guard going to be dropped as well. Domeng trying to keep it at bay. Kaizen still going to jump in. They're down a member here, still working. He's back now. It's a 5 versus 5. Breaking out. Lancey can get back to his team in time. Matt jumps in, jumps out. Has to get out of there. So even with that, again, with the stacks and everything else, they're back in fighting form here for MNNE Evos. Fighting for the buff. Still going to go for it. Marked. In trouble here. Final Slash, but no backup as he falls now in the jungle. MNNE Evos, again, furthering the lead they have.
That was a good Final Slash.
Yeah.
If there was a follow-up, things could be different for Smart Omega, and they were all over the place. Even we saw Matt just taking over the peak out of the purple of MNNE Evos. Damage, even items. He's trying to get most of the possible ways to get more items in for Barangay Omega.
Omega will just really have to try to play around that. But I think Lancey put himself in that scenario purposefully because he had a lot of stacks in his passive that the moment he died, he just came back.
Yeah.
Yep.
He responded like, what, 2 seconds?
Quick.
So that was calculated. It was a calculated risk. Yes, they gave a kill. Yes, Lancey fell down, but he came back
But look at
instantly
that.
as if he wasn't gone.
Top to bottom. Jome and Matt just clearing and pushing.
Yeah.
There's a turret that needs to be taken down bottom, but still they're looking for ways to split this map half open.
Yeah.
But how will it be possible? Will it still be good at 12 minutes? Because there's so much defense that needs to be taken down, but the focus right here is just on top.
It's a little bit more breathing room. It's a little bit more space. Give credit where credit is due. Omega's making the most of what they can in a very difficult scenario for themselves.
And this is the test right here. Kirk gets the Final Slash. He gets everything in the Eternal Guard. Using the last Insanity to push them back. Omega on the run here. So already zoned out. But they know. They even called off the Lord for now. They're going to start it back up. Smart Omega trying to get in position. Domeng there on that side. The front side here alongside Lancey and Spidey Miles. Can they keep it together? And right now it's going to reset once again.
Flicker.
Lewis, though, goes in with a flicker. There's the Daytona's welcome. They take out Lancey. Last Insanity once again. Mark going to be the target as he falls. It's a 1-for-1.
Okay. That was an attempt there by Lewis. Omega, they got the kill, but again, at that point the Fire Missile already had stacks, and he's back. That wasn't a trade. That was a win for MNNE EVOS because it's still 5v4 in favor of MNNE EVOS since the roamer of Omega is down.
A calculated risk for MNNE EVOS. They're rushing it through.
Oh, they don't even want the Lord again.
Oh,
They're
wow.
going to force them back. Multiple members in trouble.
Matt's in the middle.
Trying to pull something through, though. Doesn't have what he's looking for. Jome's still going to be alive. Flickers out. Domain gets the kill. Another body falls. Smart Omega down 3 members here. And now, MNNE EVOS will go ahead and take this Lord.
You just see the response from MNNE EVOS. I know you guys want to take their resource out of us, but how about we open, you have open? Because that point in time, Omega was even forced to respond right away.
Yeah.
And we're looking at Matt here. Another attempt, a successful attempt in getting the purple out of Kaizen.
In terms of the items, still not enough to have caught up. You need one more item on that Vixana. Should be close though, maybe at around math 7-5, around 8. That's when she can lock that down. It's still gonna be tough though. There it is, the Holy Crystal. Oh, it's 7. Okay.
Yeah. Domain has a massive lead as well right now. You already saw the comparison. Look at Matt's damage though. He has it, and he was going for Domain as I was just talking about him, but he's still gonna be just fine. Gets the health back up as well. Has Spider Miles with him. Now they got to deal with the Lord here. So Smart Omega, full force. They're going to lose that mid turf. Final slash under it. Oh, Matt trying to look for more here. Still nothing to fall just yet. Lancey, there's the Nether Realm coming through. Lewis.
Oh,
Kirk going to be in trouble. Goes in, but gets the kill, forcing him back. And it looks like this could be it. Matt trying to hold it down, but it's a double for Domain before he falls. It's Matt and Ryle, but the base is going to be worked on, and it's just too much. As MNNE EVOS is working on it, but there's no minions. Matt, this is his time to shine, but he has to go back as well. What a moment there for Smart Omega to stay in the game. Oh! In again, the back and forth.
Matt, he's doing it.
Matt Kirk again with the last insanity. Eternal Guard there. Kirk working
Towel
on
up.
the minions. Kirk comes through to get the sweep.
MNNE EVOS, a clean 2-0.
That was an impressive attempt by Omega to defend as long as they did, but MNNE EVOS, cold-blooded as always, just said, Kirk, finish the job, man.
I've been looking at him the moment he's near that wall, waiting for the right time, like, hey, no, I just used the last insanity at the right moment. They've pushed and forced everybody back to the crystal and putting them all in a very vulnerable spot.
I was thinking that was Matt's time to shine, man. There were so many low health bars there, and unfortunately...
that could be a feeding frenzy.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you expect when you have a Fanny on the board, but again, they were down at that point. Even as good as a defense it could have turned out to be, they held on for a little bit longer. Yeah. They were down quite a bit of gold, maybe around 6,000 at that point, if I remember right. And, you know, Kirk, the decision maker there, able to just finish it off.
Yeah. This young Omega squad, though, they have to look at this MNNE squad now and think to themselves, trust in the process. Our time will come eventually. And hopefully they did learn a lot from this experience up against the MNNE EVOS. The MNNE EVOS squad that is, what, 3 seasons in the making.
And this is experience, practice, mastery showing with MNNE EVOS. Now let's give it over to Mara and Hans for the winning team interview.
Give it up for MNNE EVOS. Congratulations. Hi, guys. There's an interview happening right here.
There's a lot of moments happening na nandito sila palagi.
Okay. Guys, job well done. Na-sweep nyo yung opponent nyo. During the last game, before this one, the last series, it was a bit of a struggle, but you guys came back even stronger. So ano yung mga ginawa nyong adjustments to make sure na this time, your opponent na-sweep?
Yun nga po, binalik lang po namin talaga yung dating MNNE. And yun, yung kulang po kasi amin ng mga last time is masyado kaming lumalayo sa parang pinagkakilanlan namin. So binalik lang namin yung dating MNNE and tinry namin yung bagong bigay ni coach and yun. Luckily, ayun naman.
Anong ibig sabihin mo doon sa binalik namin yung dating Minana? Ano nga ba yung dating Minana?
Yung utility pero aggressive na lineup. So,
Utility pero aggressive.
Usually kasi pag utility, medyo you wanna play more on the objectives, right? I also wanna ask another question, this time para kay Kirk. Kasi, especially kung titignan mo yung draft, Kirk, parang pinapalagpas nila karamihan sa mga heroes mo except for the Arlot. Yun yung nakatanggal talaga doon sa ban. How did you feel about it nung draft na lahat lagpas pero yung Arlot hindi pwede? Kumbaga, binaban yung Arlot all the time para sa'yo. Pero yung ibang mga heroes, pinalagpas nila dun sa draft.
Hindi ko alam. Depende po sa draft ng coach yung hero ko.
Nakadepende pa rin naman kay coach.
Kahit anong hero po.
Okay. At least kahit anong hero, hindi lang Arlot, kayang-kaya niyang gamitin. Speaking of your coach, Coach Bitoy, this goes for you this time around. Kasi you guys are branded as the dark horses of the tournament for Season 13 after your matchup kontra sa AP Bren. How do you make sure na you continue to live up to that or not let it get in your head as a team?
Siguro sa nangyari ngayon, talagang kung ano yung dating nilabas namin last season, ipagpapatuloy lang namin.
I love that idea, especially with your quote from the start, di ba, na mas may gusto ka pang ma-unlock sa inyong mga players. So, now, give us 1 to 10. How do you feel about your performance so far ng Minana in this match?
10.
10 talaga. Okay, give us a reason why.
Siguro dahil kahit di yun yung meta ngayon na kaya namin ilabas, kahit hindi yun yung parang meta ngayon sa MPL.
Which is basically saying that Minana has their own meta.
And now, ang ating MVP for Game 2. Kirk, congratulations! Ikaw naman, alam ko you're a man of few words, pero gusto namin marinig kung anong gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng inyong mga supporters, everyone that's watching here, everyone that's cheering your name.
Salamat po sa pag-suporta sa amin. Sana patuloy niyo kami supportan.
Nice one. Alam mo, mahihain talaga siya, pero masanay ka na nasa mic. Kasi magaling ka eh. I-interviewin ka pa namin even more. Now, congratulations once again. Give it up to MNNE Evos. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory.
Parang kapag mahihain ka, mas malakas kang maglaro. We've started with so many players, and I think Kirk is on the way to that.
At tingnan natin kung ano nga ba rin masasabi ng ating mga casters about Kirk and MNNE Evos. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara and Hans. That was MNNE Evos being interviewed on how they refined experience and also their learnings from the past 2 seasons on how their origin started. And wow, MNNE with their maybe meta or their own meta, but this is completely experience. I think that's what hunger, motivation does to you. If you want to get to the top, you just want to beat your own previous version of yourself, you shine right from the moment that you need to shine.
Definitely.
You're so wise, man.
Very wise.
Lots of bangers from you today, OSX.
I know, it just inspires me. Like, these people are hungry for that. Like, I want to be at the best version of myself.
Yeah.
Such as this man, the MVP.
Kirk, 225 on the KDA, and he does it again. And Kirk has been on a hot streak of getting MVPs here from MNNE Evos. Again, he just did his job in game number 1, except this time as an X-Borg. He zoned out, was able to give the information, made the most out of the last insanities that he had. And you saw that in some team fights, or in some scenarios, when Omega was trying to set up, they were actually looking for Kirk first, knowing that the last insanity, the X-Borg, was one of their biggest problems. And there was even one play somewhere in the mid lane shrub that started with Kirk going into the shrub. Omega surprised him, but instead of him being able to, losing his Faraga armor quickly, he was actually still able to maximize his last insanity, even though he took out a huge brunt of damage. So that just goes to show what kind of player Kirk is. And it's something I want to say about the journey of MNNE Evos. They are a team who are not afraid to fail. And the journey that they have been on, and the type of team that they are now came from a string of many seasons, many games, many series worth of failure. And now what we're seeing is just a team who's learned from all of that and making plays such as this. Those instinctual moments where you think, wait, this is an advantage. We should push forward. We have like a 4,000 gold lead compared to Omega. They have some key abilities off their board. They don't have their flickers up. We chase them. We can. That's what our lineup is built for. And it was in those snap decision moments by MNNE EVOS where Omega were punished and surprised. Omega got more kills here, a little bit more of a fighting chance. They were able to get more turrets compared to the previous game. But then again, Kurt and him not being afraid to fail was the last guy who said, hey, I think I'm just gonna go for the base here. The minions, I have enough of it. The base is low enough. I'm built for damage anyway, good amount of it as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the game. Again, we are not too surprised that this happened. You have two side lanes that are very dive heavy, quite greedy. So I think Omega are actually trying to take up a school of thought that is popular in current MDL Philippines Season 3. There's a team there by the name of TNC4 wherein they use lineups that actually sometimes don't even have marksmen. Yes, in this scenario, the Roger is a marksman. But the thought of just having a lot of dive and melee up front, up close, that comes from TNC4. And I think that's Omega saying, hey, we're going to try to replicate that. Let's rock an assassin here. And that Hanzo ban, come to think of it, I feel like Omega may have actually been setting up for a Hanzo. So, because we saw a reaction from them, or maybe that reaction could have been, oh, they fell for the trap. We weren't going to go for Hanzo. We were going to go for Fanny. But then Omega was already going to phase 2 at the end of this draft, knowing that they're going to flex the Barretts into the EXP lane and then pick up a Fanny for themselves. One of the schools of thought, again, old school wise, wherein if you're up against a lot of sustain, Rafaela for Aramis, you get an assassin with high burst down a la Fanny to force out your Nether Realm, to force out the Flicker, key battle spells and abilities away from the Rafaela and then the Faramis. Because if you take one of them down, it makes your job a little bit easier. That much easier to deal with a lineup such as this. But MNNE EVOS showed their comfort with this kind of playstyle. Again, we talked about it. It was a key to victory. But I think MNNE EVOS just decided to lean into it. Instead of the thought of, hey, maybe we should flex things out, change our lineup a bit. Let's just prioritize the Rafaela. Let's get that Faramis. Make sure we can play that sustained lineup that we love to play so much. And just roll with the punches. MNNE EVOS made the right decision against Omega today. They walk away with a sweet victory. A little bit more breathing room for them. But hope gets bleaker and bleaker for Omega, sadly.
It does.
So now they need to probably go back to the old drawing board and probably bounce back for the last few weeks of the season.
For sure.
Still with the new format, you can get 3 points right away if you can secure it. But right now, you can secure it by watching the next match of the day. It's TNC versus ONIC Philippines. Well, ONIC yesterday 2-0'd Blacklist International, and TNC was, well, still came from a loss. So let's see how the reset goes from TNC. But right now, we're going to go for a quick break. I'm OSX, I'm with Naisu and Renoir. This is MPL Philippines Season 13, and we will be right back.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Pinas Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PINAS Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of Switch in a lane na parang gera HP Racing may reseta Built na kitang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi to atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi to atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, malakas ang Pinas We are laging MVP No surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve Laging MVP No surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all Cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala crowd control Pakita ko na jab like East to the southeast Taas sa watawat, proud and loud Cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi to atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi to atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow!
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines. Nandito tayo kasama si Raizen and Super Yoshi of TNC Pro. Okay, ang ating question of the day. Paano kayo nagpapalamig sa mainit na panahon? Ikaw muna, Super Yoshi.
Para sa akin, naiwasan ko yung init ng ganon gamit na Ako plus ng TNC.
Wow! O, pakita natin. Ayan. Sige nga, uminom ka. Mainit eh. Mainit. Tignan natin kung paano nga ba uminom. Ayun. Wow. Parang okay nga to. Magkano ba to?
999 lang kung gusto niyong gumaya sa akin para maiwasan yung init ng panahon, bilhin niyo na.
999 lang. Para gumaya sa kanila. Ikaw naman, Raizen. Anong ginagawa mo? Paano ka nagpapalamig para sa mainit na panahon?
Ako, nagigilty pa nga ako eh. Kasi...
Nagigilty ka?
Kaya mainit yung panahon, ako yung dahilan eh.
Ikaw yung dahilan! Alam mo, paano hindi init? Ang kapal-kapal ng jacket mo. I-show off mo nga, patingin nga. Ayun. Ayan, oh wow! Ang kapal-kapal ng jacket, syempre mainitan ka. naliligo ka ba? Para hindi mainit yung panahon.
Minsan po.
Minsan? Okay. Mukhang okay naman. Okay, sino pa? Tingnan natin. Bentings! Ikaw naman. Paano ka nagpapalamig sa mainit na panahon?
Hindi ko alam
Wow!
Wala lang eh.
just showing a little bit. Ayan. Alam mo, nakakatuwa kayo talaga. I love chatting with you guys. You guys are always gelling together para kayong pamilya. Pero ito, tingnan natin kung ano nga ba sasabihin ng mga kalaban nyo. Hans, what you got?
Andito tayo ngayon sa side ng ONIC Philippines. Kelra, paano ka ba nagpapalamig pag mainit ang panahon?
Pinapaalis ko lang si Boss A sa tabi ko. Sobrang hot niya.
Bakit mo pinapaalis si Boss A?
Sobrang hot niya kasi.
Okay. Tabi ka na. Out ka na. Okay na ha. Next group. Bigyan natin sa next group. Oo nga, ikaw muna. Jem, paano ka nagpapalamig sa mainit na panahon?
Nakatutok lang sa aircon.
Nakatutok sa aircon. Iyon mo na. Iyon niya na yung aircon kasi medyo ano na eh. Patayin mo na. Okay na. Valid na yung point. The point is valid. At dito natin tatapusin kay King Kong. King, paano ka ba nagpapalamig pag mainit ang panahon?
Pag nabibisit ako sa init, pinapalis ko lang si Eto Max sa tabi ko eh.
Bakit mo teka lang. Hindi nagpapatalo. Wait lang, in case lang ha, just in case lang. Paano ba? Eto Max, kasi magpapatalo ba tayo kay Bentings? Kailangan merong slow-mo. Bigyan mo kami ng slow-mo, Eto Max. Okay, game na. Ito na yon. Moment of truth, Eto Max. One button in 1, 2, 3. Ganon. At mga kaibigan, ganon po magpalamig pag mainit ang panahon. Kaya King, sabayan mo ako. Casters, pasok.
Yes, it's us. The We Bear Bros are back again, and welcome back.
Ow, dude.
Give strong hands, man.
Man, you really work out a lot. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 13. And this is the English broadcast. TNC versus ONIC Philippines. Welcome back. And we're about to witness another match. Raizen versus King Kong. But before everything else, how do you grow as a player? These two players from ONIC and TNC.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good question. I mean, we talked about this a little bit in the previous series too. Teams grow, players grow, they improve. For me, honestly, King Kong has been very fun to watch. I mean, even when we got a glimpse of him last season, already where he is now, he's had massive improvements, and he's just really fun to watch here. Now, this quote though from Raizen.
The development I noticed in myself. I further developed my communication skills, especially in game.
Wow.
I felt that I have grown as a player, but partly because of Coach Ben Thing's help. And my teammates are also more supportive.
Yeah, that was a live audio clip actually of Raizen saying that quote. And yes, Raizen has an amazing voice.
That's what he sounds like.
Yeah, and I'm glad that I think this also is a testament to his maturity as a player. It wasn't just about me. He said, it's partly because of Coach Ben Things. He gave the flowers to his coach, of course, the player turned coach of TNC Pro Team, and said, my teammates here, though, are also more supportive. He's going up against his former team in OMG PH now. I wonder if there's a little bit of a little quick jab in there, but I don't know. I'm just assuming.
Yep. I think it matters because communication, synergy, chemistry works. But now for the side of ONIC Philippines, my current team, it seems stricter. So disciplined among the players seems to be developing more. Since I stepped out of my comfort zone, I think I have developed my ability to adjust to different kinds of people, says King Kong.
Sounds a lot like Raizen.
Sounds a lot like Raizen there, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. That's just that's a coincidence, I guess. But you know, it's all about stepping out of your comfort zone, boys. That's if you want to grow as a person. I mean, that's number one you got to do. Step out of your comfort zone, be a little uncomfortable.
Yep.
Sure.
Like
face the hot weather.
That is
you
true.
are out of your comfort when you're in the hot weather. I get it. But I don't know if you can really grow as a person by being in the hot weather.
In the Philippines right now, stay indoors.
Yes,
If
please.
you're as a player, Mr. Renmar Santa Cruz, is that the way to go?
Stay cool. For sure. And King Kong, I think I like his quote because that we have seen it in his game, where in TNC before he used to be a bona fide star, assassin, the playmaker, all of that. But then really here in ONIC Philippines, you see him take I wouldn't say a backseat role, but similar to the cut of Carl Teasy and Demon Kite, becoming more, all right, I will do whatever it is best for the team, not for myself. If I'm going to play more utility, play more fighters, play more tanks at the jungles, I will do that, and King Kong has done that.
I think that's the difference, becoming more of like a team player rather than thinking about itself, like more of a selfless way of like doing things, and that's important, especially here in MPL Philippines. You want to stick your identity, you want to think about, I think not about yourself, maybe for others as well, because you're part of the team that you wanted to grow with.
You know what I love about it is through that development, King Kong is still kind of held on to that personality.
Yeah.
You know, he plays these utility heroes like an assassin sometimes still.
Deadly and utility. And here are our marshals who will officiate the match. They ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. We have Chico, Jeff, Patrick, and Wilbert.
By the way, when Wilbert ran for student council, his motto was, "Yes, I will, Bert." He won in the landslide.
Wow.
Points have been elusive for the Phoenix Army, but flashes of brilliance and hard-fought battles, despite the sweeps, leads us to believe that hope is not too far off the horizon. MPL Arena always rise for TNC Pro Team! Yes! RSGPH, Omega, Minana, and Blacklist International. 4 sweeps, 12 points. Will the Super Family make it 5-15 and leave the Phoenix Army in no man's land? It's time for ONIC Philippines! Our coaches, Coach Ben Things and Coach Why Not? MPL Arena magingay para sa TNC Pro Team and ONIC Philippines!
Lineups up for TNC Pro Team.
No man, Raizen, Hatred Heads, Super Yoshi. Again, we got a glimpse of them yesterday. We know exactly where they need to improve on, especially, and against a lineup like this from ONIC Philippines, where we know they're on a roll right now. This is a huge opportunity for TNC to grow as a team, as a lineup here, to step up against a momentum right now that this squad right here has.
Yeah, they've found their balance. ONIC PH, Kelra, King Kong, Super Prince, Gem, and Escalera. The question was, how will you manage and handle playing 2 stars in Kelra and King Kong? King Kong and said, Kelra will be our guy. Yes, I'm going to be vocal. Yes, I'll be a little bit more of a leader, but I don't always need to play my assassins. I can be more utility to help our gold lane shine. Super Prince has stepped up. Gem has stepped up. And my favorite player from ONIC so far this week, Escalera. Woo! The man with so many heroes that he can play. A lot of the heart of ONIC's cheese strats come from Escalera and even Super Princess pick. Look at that low E over there. Look at that R-lot for Escalera.
Yeah, you mentioned about the cheese pick, cheese strats. I believe the ONIC Philippines, by far right now, the only team can pull that kind of strategies that we've witnessed yesterday. And looking back on how their win rate goes in each of the heroes, it shows by the stats. And even for ONIC Philippines, look at that. The Pentagon is almost fully red.
That's crazy. I don't know if you don't see many teams with this filled and kind of evenly distributed across the board for them, but I gotta say, man, ONIC Philippines has been on fire. I love that each of those players right now has really shined in their own way, and even though when it comes down to the picks, this is the team that, call them super team, super family, the connection between Kalra and King Kong and anything else, there's so much working for them right now.
Yeah, and dare I say, with a head-to-head of Raizen versus King Kong, I feel like this season has sort of grown into more of even a Raizen-esque player. We've always said Raizen is a jack of all teams. Slot him in any team, and it looks like he's going to be, if not an amazing pick, just a good fit for that squad. And now with King Kong being a little bit more flexible, versatile, going a little bit more utility, Raizen has always been about that. Even though he has the room for the assassins, there was a time where he had a very feared Fanny pickup from time to time, still respected by teams. It's good that we're seeing this as a head-to-head, because now it's going to be a good gauge to see of where they are in their development as two players who are extremely dependable for their teams. The Infinix keys to victory. Prepare for Onyx Hero Pool, TNC Pro Team. Easier said than done. How do you prepare for a hero pool that has a freaking what's her name again? Freya Gold Lane. A Gold Lane Freya. How are you going to prepare for a low Yi strat? It's not impossible. I know TNC Pro Team will do what they can. The best way to handle a team that has a lot of cheesy hero strat type of picks, just make sure your baseline, your foundation is good. Bring out more aces out of your sleeves, OMG PH. If you've got any more surprise play styles and surprise rotation, surprise picks, go for it. And because of that, both teams have to adjust their rotations accordingly, their timings in terms of how they prioritize and move, along with the minion waves around the turtle and lord spawns, and how you commit your actions with those timers. Very important for TNC and ONIC.
Thank you so much for the Infinix keys to victory, Renoir. But right now, MPL Philippines live stream viewer rewards are now available. Come and watch the MPL matches in TikTok to join the goodie bag lottery and be one of our lucky winners.
All you guys have to do is head on over to TikTok. Go to the Philippines page of TikTok, the official one, at MPL Philippines_official. Click the official live stream, and then of course look over to your top left corner and join the goodie bag lottery. Keep an eye for that also in game as well.
Yep, this happens when the actual base is about to explode, and you might be having a chance to win some goodies from MPL Philippines.
Goodies.
I love goodies.
Yeah, be sure to be there when that moment arrives. And for all of you watching us right now, everywhere in the world, there were streamers and everybody who's commenting down their predictions, even all discussions going into the board or even the chat. Go ahead, keep coming. We're reading it right now. We're actually seeing Mark. Hey guys, all of you look handsome today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
We're reading it.
Mark.
I know you're silent, but thank you so much for saying that. We're in the draft. Blue side, red side, ONIC Philippines is on an 80% win rate.
Blue. On that blue side, again, if you watch ONIC Philippines, if you've seen their previous series and everything else, man, this is the lineup, this is the team that loves to experiment, and it's fun to watch, but they kind of go to this old, hey, let's pick up the Fred first pick. We haven't seen too much of this before, at least in this season, but there was a time when Fred was like 9 out of 10 going to be picked up first pick on the blue side. But I like, too, that there's been some respect with that Louis Yi ban as well from TNC.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of I'm here, they're there, oh, we're not here. And the coverage of everybody has been destroyed, and they played most of the rotations of the enemies yesterday, and that has been a problem for everybody. And you pair it up either with the Matilda, well, things are going into the wrong places in early game. Let's see how TNC prioritizes this one. How do you see this, Mr. Santa Cruz? Oh, never mind. It pops up. Ruby, we've been talking about in the first series of the day. She shows.
Yep. And now ONIC does not have the R-lot available for Escalera if they want to.
I will choose my own path.
There it is. And then for the mid lane, go Vex or Nova. They can go for the gold lane now too. But they don't necessarily need to rush it. Again, there's a lot of flexibility that they can go for there. That Frederick's most likely going to be going to the jungle. Middle minion wave control would be good. But yeah, they go for Lilia instead. Oh, they're not going to be going for the Novaria Vex trade. They're going for the... Oh yeah, Lilia, because you're up against a Faramis, you're up against a Ruby. And I think ONIC also knew that they were going to go up against a Barret in terms of the pick order priorities right now. So teams are going to take out the heroes that will give that a hard time. I won't be surprised if they go ahead and take out the Claude from Kelra. Would be very good for the lineup of TNC Pro Team. They don't need to take out both marksmen. They can choose one or the other. If it's not going to be the Claude, it's going to be the carry they're going to be taking out. And then with another EXP lane change up. Because Gem will still have a Terizla available for him. And the... Not the Export anymore, but the Terizla is available for him if he wants to.
Well, yesterday we've seen a Uranus.
Yeah, the debut, actually, right?
Yeah.
And if TNC show their gold laner in the 4th pick, and the Uranus could fit in, then they're going to go Uranus.
And then also with a follow-up of respect as well with the Iksha. Well, leading towards more of the gold lane bans for TNC. Well, since they banned out the, they have seen TNC right now. They already have their jungle. They have their, well, it could still be a flex for Ruby.
When the body suffers,
I believe it still could be a flex, but still most of the time they might actually try to secure or ban it or squeeze out something out of XP. Like as you were saying, what could be the possible way to blend in this kind of line? We have the Barretts. Since the Arlott is gone, oh, not yet, bro. Xborg was gone. Their hairstyle is the same. But Diggy is the priority here.
That Ruby... What is this? XP lane Ruby and then the Roam Minotaur? Because if they're going to be taking out the Diggy, that means that they want control.
No, Minotaur is gone.
Oh, the Minotaur's already gone. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. So this is still a Roam Ruby. XP lane, are they going to try to take away the Terizla? But they don't see enough of it. XP lane Focus are taking heads out of their comfort, but he still has a good amount of heroes available for him as well. CC's still up on the board. Terizla's still up on the board in terms of the priority EXP laners now.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, so does that mean that ONIC's going to be going for a backline static gold laner? But the Claude still looks really good for their lineup.
It's funny, too, because if they decide to go that route, again, Roger still available.
Ah, yes.
If they want to go that route.
Time is a river.
The answer, though, for them, Nathan here for TNC. And we've seen this now in the hands of a couple players work pretty well. It just, of course, it does take some time to build up. But eventually, especially when you get to that late game, man, it gets troublesome.
I call this guy like the businessman.
Why the businessman?
Because at the early stage of the game, you need to put all of your investments in, whether it's winning or it's losing. Because in the end, you get that return of investment right away for this lane. Because it has been like a great success for teams who wants to pull it off. And yep, the Terizla now shows with the carry. And looking at the stats of the Barretts from Raizen, we have a 33% win rate for this one, KD of 1.6. How's this looking for ONIC? Is it static? How about the EXP with the Terizla?
For ONIC, after seeing Escalera on this Arlott yesterday, I'm a little scared for TNC, right? They got to be able to contain what we saw from Escalera yesterday in his MVP performances as well. And so that's probably the game plan here. They actually have quite a few opportunities to counter what we saw Escalera do so well in the Arlott yesterday. He was so aggressive with the way that he played that Roam Arlott, and it worked really well for them. So it seems like TNC learned from that. They've got a pretty good lineup, but I want to know, how do they line this up? And there's the answer. It's going to be the Lapu Lapu pick.
Okay. So they still get an EXP laner with a good amount of damage that can force the Lilia and the carry back. Your main frontliners in terms of taking damage, well, yeah, the Lapu is going to be there, but the Barretts and the Ruby's going to juggle the responsibility of that. 80%.
80-20.
By our viewers right now, and again, I wouldn't blame them. ONIC's on a hot streak.
What did you say, 4 sweeps?
4 sweeps, yeah. They got swept by Echo in their first series of the season, then they swept everyone else after that.
That is...
Yeah, that was an amazing VOG to put up how ONIC has been doing all their work.
Let us know which team you're feeling more here, guys. Again, the lineup, and I know audience is 80% for ONIC, so let us know what you're feeling. Has the better lineup for this game 1?
Yep, I'm seeing 2 Purifies present, both from Super Friends, Kelra, Hatred, and Nomad probably surviving the first early stages of flanks and ganks up with this nade. It could be a one heated lane for this one. Depends how do you want to do it. But it's game number 1. It's TNC versus ONIC Philippines.
Right. So both are going to start out purple. Let's see if their rotation is going to change up. Probably going to exit the map around the same area. It's mirrored right now. Oh, not the same area. Excuse me, but like a different location. So opposite ends. So I'm also going to be looking at how... One thing you have to look out for when ONIC are playing their Terizla is how Gem covers the exit of the opposing team with the penalty zone. And I also want to point out here the emblem choices here. It's the common emblem set for the carry. It's Master Assassin, and then it's Brave Smite and Toughness as well. Interesting choices. So it's a different blend for Kelra. I think he's thinking he's going to be spending a lot of time in lane, so he needs more mana.
Yeah, to think that we've seen a lot of mixtures of carry lately. We've seen a Thunderbelt, like mostly of the slow, mostly of the lane sustain, but it was a different build since he's up against Nathan. Probably the one thing he's in his mind, like, I need to shut this or slow this guy down.
Yep. Yeah, Nathan, like we said, scaling should be pretty good. Kelra should have a little bit of advantage for now, at least, to work around that. We'll see if the teams want to kind of support that gold lane opportunity for them to get that spike at the right moments here. But right now, pretty much just the stalemate. This is kind of what we expect as they get those level 4s available to them. Escalera still playing quite upfront and aggressive, getting the information they need. And it looks like we're 10 seconds away from that turtle.
Also have to acknowledge that some of the key targets, the mid laners and the gold laners of both teams have Purify. So it's going to be a big juggle of how they make the most out of their control abilities. So we're going for an EXP lane push in by ONIC to try build advantage for the first turtle.
Still early pokes going on. Heads also just nearly that level 4 as Gem gets his. So now they're going to go ahead and start this turtle up across the board. Has that level 4. Tsuruyoshi waiting as well to get that ammo fended. They'll feel this out. Head still waiting. Raizen has to be careful while he approaches this too. Gem holding on to that penalty zone. Gold laners still keeping themselves up top, so it's going to be a 4 versus 4. They hold on.
Yep.
Turtle's going to go and have a soft reset.
Yep. So on a half HP.
Both roamers also level 4 because both teams gave the roamers one wave. Escalera!
There's Escalera making the play. They go in for it. Get the Nether Realm out. He's going to get eaten up, thrown in. Super Yoshi has to flick around. Gets the pole off. Super Yoshi to fall. Turtle not taken by either team just yet. Kelra now going to be joining the fight. They lost King Kong though, but he should be back up in time still to possibly contest this turtle.
Wow, the positioning and the entrance of Heads coming from that back turtle pit has just eyes on King Kong.
Oh, goes under. Huge distraction, but will get taken down there.
Yeah, we've just been talking about this Lapu-Lapu, and he knows where to get his attention is.
Yeah, really great buy time.
King Kong still able to get the objective, but can he get out of this? Appraiser's Wrath here to help heal him up. Super Yoshi's going to be the one to fall. Super Prince gets the kill. Who comes out on top of that one?
Yeah, Escalera has really hit his stride as a very aggressive roamer here for ONIC. If Escalera didn't do that, Raizen and TNC would have had the time to go back to the turtle and then get that for themselves. But since Escalera stopped Raizen at the purple buff of TNC Pro Team, TNC could just watch.
Wow. Another good usage of the final slash. This is what we were talking about earlier with Escalera on this R-Lot, like we saw from yesterday.
Yep, he looks like he's on a race again. Escalera now just making use of that final slash over and over again. Just makes or breaks momentum for ONIC Philippines. And for TNC, that's one thing they need to look after. Like, I think this is where Super Yoshi needs to get his eyes on as a Ruby. Where do you hold that area on how to get in the way of Escalera? Because once you miss that millisecond and you overthink on where to place that skill, it's gone.
Yeah, you're on the point there, OSX. If Escalera just gets a good angle into the back line for a good final slash and Ruby doesn't have the angle to stop the final slash coming out of the R-Lot, then it's going to be bad news for TNC Pro Team. And again, Escalera has really shown off his proficiency with this hero, with how well he's been playing so far this season. With the R-Lot, if I'm not mistaken, 2 wins.
Yeah.
He'll be third.
He's done really well, to be an understatement here. Just the way that he plays it. It's funny because, you really have to kind of compare Super Yoshi and Escalera. The setup potential for both of those, the heroes that they have for the team, is essentially the same thing, and it really comes down to who's able to get that off first. But not only that, but it's also good for disengaging later on or peeling for their team.
Yep.
Well, speaking of peel, we might see extended team fights with the presence of this Faramis on the hands of Hatred. Also, one of the things that we can see with TNC, there's so much contingency, there's so much safety, even sustain.
Yeah.
Let's also know the positioning now of Kelra up top, and also how they want to get this second objective. Another reset for the turtle.
Watch out for the positioning of Gem and Escalera. That's going to be a conceal.
Yep, conceal.
Oh!
There
Oh!
again. Going to be able to find heads, forces them out. Netherrealm as well. Kelra joining the fight alongside Nomad, quite few low. Penalty zone going to come through. They have to flicker out. Gem's still going to be alive as well. King Kong quite low. Super Prince already going to use that black shoes. Keeps them back here. So TNC, a lot expended in terms of ultimates. Who's going to get this turtle? Appraiser's Wrath! King Kong able to get in now for the kill as Super Yoshi falls. Escalera on the hunt again. Raizen's in trouble as he gets taken down by Kelra.
TNC are sharp, but ONIC far sharper. King Kong still going after the backline there for Nomad. And you see there, Escalera again is the effect of having him on an R-Lot. What he does is he loads up the final slash and then goes for the flicker. So TNC are even more surprised. Because if you're going to go into the quick final slash flicker combo, there's time for you to avoid it. But when the animation of the final slash is just right about to sweep them, then you go flicker. That's better.
They jump in again under the turret. They go. What can TNC do against that?
The mastery onto this hero. Escalera on this Arlot, making so much great plays initiations for ONIC Philippines. Man, they gotta react fast, faster than half of a millisecond because things could just go down in TNC, forcing them out. That's a complete overload plan on their own crowd controls against the Phoenix Army.
Yeah. Difficult thing right now for TNC Pro Team is that ONIC's lineup has great insurance for the late game as well. They have the carry. We know how annoying Lilia can be by the late game, especially with the damage if she's just able to freely hit. While for TNC Pro Team, their late game is highly dependent on the performance of, well, Heads being able to get the damage that they can, and of course Nomad to catch up. But with the Nathan being your main source of magic damage, ONIC just needs to build up Radiant armor. So once they're at that point, TNC are just going to be trying to extend team fights as long as they can, but then again, we go back to that Lilia who shines with longer team fights.
That glooms and this complete reset of the black shoes. I think one thing to note as well.
Where's the Radiant?
Yeah, the Radiant now present for King Kong. I think one thing that ONIC Philippines is capitalizing on is complete resource overload in TNC. Once everything is used, that's a complete open ground for ONIC to play with team fights.
Yeah, and 2-level difference there between the gold laners. I think that's a return on investment of Kelra's emblem pathing. Here comes Escalera again.
Yep, Escalera once again on the hunt. Final slash, going to be able to find two. Forcing it, penalty zone to follow on. Still going to be battling it out. Lots of CC thrown out. Super Prince going to be the one to drop. Gem has to get out of two. Kelra looking for the kill, but can't get it. The Appraiser's Wrath will get it as they grab another kill. Hatred on the run, 2 down for TNC. King Kong wants more, and it's double for Kelra. Looking for the triple. Raizen's in trouble as he falls to Kelra at the tier 2.
Triple. Kelra with the triple, ONIC with the lead, and has the Lord to be taken down in a push jump on another for Escalera as well. Whew. Oh, the pokes is the final slash vengeance in and out. This guy just doing all of the magic cards right.
Escalera. Escalera. Dude, the man's on fire. Again, how he does his final slash. And I would really want to return to the point. The return on investment of Kelra's building, going for the common emblem, and not going for the full fighter emblem set. He wanted to stay in lane and never leave lane because he had a strong confidence in himself to contain the farm of Nomad. Look at that, almost 4,000 gold lead. It's the lead of Kelra compared to that Nathan. The main condition of TNC Pro Team. Even Nomad understood that I'm going to be stuck in lane against this carry. He built the steel leg place before going for his first item. He just built his second. ONIC just have controlled TNC all across the board from the gold lane to the center of the map.
Oh, right now, once again, TNC, massive gold gap here. Gonna make quick work, though, of this Lord. It is that only the first one of the game. They get the shields down, though, too. But right now, they still hold on. But 8,000 gold difference here for ONIC.
the goal difference, the deficit, lanes clearing up last, second tier turret down bottom for TNC. Now ONIC is just completely clearing and pushing all over the map. A wider approach, no turrets taken even from ONIC as of this point, and they just keep on going, pushing and reset everything. Rinse and repeat still.
Yeah, and what we've been seeing so far from the approaches of TNC Pro, by the way, Thunderbolt, interesting.
Yep.
Or the Fredrin, a little bit more damage, and the slows especially coming out. So ONIC are really maximize the slows that they can dish, because what we saw in the last engage where King Kong and Kelra was the last two left, pushing back the members of TNC Pro team in terms of being offensive. The triple kill by Kelra came from the fact that King Kong and Kelra maximized their sustainability. Kelra had really great positioning. TNC blew everything that they had to just only get one kill.
He's on it again. Super Yoshi can't stand a chance as he's taken out in a blink of an eye. And that's what Escalera wants to do. At this point of the game, if they can get a numbers advantage, they're happy with it. Raizen now, he's supposed to be a tank. Gets taken down quite quickly. Again, another realm gonna come through. Penalty zone though, they can't deal with it. There's too much overload for TNC. Turret finally gonna go down. 4 members taken out of TNC with everyone still alive from ONIC.
Wow. The gold lead, 11.1k gold lead, concealed right onto the base of TNC. Two turrets left, base open.
Woo! Super Yoshi has to flicker out. Could this be the end of the game? They only have a few minions here. But TNC, despite the gold gap, will hold it together. They have timers on their side for now. But Lord, a few seconds away.
Yeah, be ready for TikTok goodie bags, because things are just going way too fast, don't you think, Ranmar?
Yeah, it's ONIC time. Time slowing down for TNC as ONIC's time gets faster and faster. Ironically enough, they have the carry. So, 5-0 and 3. It's hard to reach it. They're throwing so many bodies for TNC Pro Team. This is the lineup built for a carry to shine. And they're doing so. And with TNC wanting to clump up together, they're just up against a lineup that counters them perfectly. Terizla, Arlot, the Lilia alone. Just outdrafted at this point, and ONIC PH have just rolled with the punches, knowing the advantage that they have. TNC, the funny thing is even a defense is going to be so difficult against everything ONIC can throw at them.
Yep, there's a Lord coming up, taken by ONIC, and they're clearing more of the waves. Will the items now be a great way to answer with defense? There's so much to take here in TNC. Like, how will they even penetrate the backline? How do you even catch Escalera, even Gem? There's so much problems right now being presented to TNC that they need to even catch one member from ONIC Philippines.
This is very difficult for TNC here. Conceal going to be used. Keep an eye on Escalera. Where's he going to use that final slash? They got to deal with this Lord here. TNC tries to keep it together. Escalera going to jump in, not able to find the angle he's looking for. There's the final slash on Super. Yoshi gets taken down in an instant, but Escalera as well. There's the penalty zone to follow up. Raizen falls as well. Base going to be worked on here. ONIC looking to end it with a massive lead. They take game 1.
ONIC PH are that damn good.
13 minutes. 3rd and 20. Now quick turnaround lead.
I know it's mid of the season. I mean, regular season isn't finished yet, but I don't think you can say that it's a fluke anymore. And I know the series isn't over yet. TNC still has a chance to push this into game 3. But ONIC just look more and more impressive with each game, with each week as it passes in the MPL Philippines. What I see now in ONIC is a team similar to the cloth of Echo, AP Bren, if we go abroad, BTR, ONIC Esports, of just everyone in the team understanding their role very well, knowing where they need to be and when they go in at the right time.
They started with the story of the super team in Season 13. They had their struggles, how the chemistry would work, but consistency, as Renmar mentioned, and how Escalera is showing throughout his consistency with the Arlot making so much plays, man.
Don't give this man the Arlot if you're the opposing team.
Either you steal it, take it, or just don't put it in the table.
Yeah, don't give it to Escalera anymore.
Escalera.
Way too good.
Way too good. And he just really rounds us out. And you mentioned this, Renmar, too, that it's not a fluke anymore. Like, this is as they were built up before, a super team, super family, whatever you want to call it, connection-wise, they're doing it.
They're on time, and they're online. And our MVP for this match is Calra.
Well
ONIC
deserved.
Philippines.
Well deserved for the young man. I'm pretty sure, well, because of the performance there of Escalera, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be saying, oh, Escalera, you should have deserved it, but then Calera also deserves it as well. Again, we go back to the micro decision. First, we start in the lane. TNC Pro Team's main condition was the Nathan. So Calera, with his experience in the gold lane of wanting to be the guy who wins the lane, and even before, many players have said Calera is one of the most difficult to go up against in the gold lane. The adjustments, he goes for the common emblem set, so he gets a little bit more hybrid regen, so he doesn't run out of mana, so he can stay in lane longer. He picks up the Master Assassin, so he can duel better. Was it the Master Assassin? Yes, it was. And then Brave Smite as well for even more sustainability. So it's a balance. He can still dish out the damage since he was able to build a considerable lead up against the Nathan. He got more items, meaning that he can fight a little bit longer because the lineup of ONIC is built around him. This goes back to the old thought of you build a lineup built for one. The classic 4 protect 1, and this lineup was built for Calra to shine. If Calra didn't shine here, then TNC would have had a much better time. But since Calra, at some point, perfectly got that triple kill alongside King Kong, alongside the lineup built for him, with great peeling, great entries by Gem, Escalera, Super Princess slows and damage, King Kong being able to deal the damage as well. Calra gets the MVP of this game, and this wouldn't have gone so well for ONIC if Calra got picked off like twice or thrice without the main damage dealer of ONIC available for them. TNC Pro Team, yes, they were up against a similar lineup, wherein for TNC, they were built up for that Nathan. But in terms of the damage output, remember, Nathan is mostly magic. Build Radiant Armors for your team, and that's going to be good. And by the way, that's a support emblem? Is that the support emblem set on King Kong's Brethren? We're going to have to double check that. Interesting choice. There are some things that you could get there. Built up the Oracle, so he also wanted to be a Fredrin that never went back. I think that's part of the ONIC mentality right now. Don't need to go back to base. Let's just regen in the map. And that makes sense, because if TNC had more room in the map to work around, especially playing the Barretts, playing up the Nathan as well, that would have been much better for them. ONIC just didn't stop. They didn't let go of the gas pedal, and they just kept going and going. What do you guys call them again? Escarrera?
Yep,
yeah, like it's a race. Yeah, and that's how Escalera played. Like, lights out, away they go, and they just kept going. And you really got to appreciate how ONIC are playing right now. I pointed it out wherein for the squad, it's just they understand their role really well. We pointed it out. Watch out for Escalera's initiations. Watch out for Gem's coverage with the penalty zone. And how many times did we see that? If he's not the one starting things, if it's Escalera starting things, Gem will be able to follow up quickly.
And that's how they secure their border control throughout their objectives, all throughout the pushes and all the gangs. Yeah, that's ONIC Philippines taking game number 1. But right now, since we're all witnessing a great match, we want to give a huge shout-outs to our official restreamers from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and all over the world.
We have local and, of course, international restreamers out there from Cambodia, Middle East, North America, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia.
ONIC time. All of them are tuned in to witness our players fight for victory.
Witness it now. Again, thank you to all our restreamers out there. We love you guys.
Yeah, we love you. Yeah, I think there's one more missing in Australia as well.
Whoa.
Yeah, someone is restreaming there as well.
We have Australian restreamers?
Yeah, we have. Shout out to you guys.
Wait, that's Hawaii. I'm sorry.
That's
hello, hello.
Come on, mate.
Hello, mate.
Yep. Shout out to you guys. So feel the power with every tap on the smart app. Effortlessly manage your prepaid and postpaid accounts, buy promos, pay bills, and redeem rewards all in one app.
You can download the smart app right now, the only app for smart signature, Infinity, Bro, TNT, and PLDT prepaid home Wi-Fi.
Yep.
Amazing. Get it now.
Feel the power right here with the smart. Amazing. But right now, it's a series. Yeah, I need to stop right there. I need to give emotion.
You have to give the emotion because
it's game number 2.
I never heard an ad readout with so much drama.
So much drama. Well, you heard the quote read earlier.
I'm just in the mood. Yeah.
You have any more nuggets of wisdom for us?
Yeah. Maybe for TNT, maybe go back to where you're strong. and not overthink things.
Go back to where you're strong. Don't overthink it. Guys, I got to say, I mean, that match, game 1, was very one-sided there for ONIC Philippines, man. And when you look at it, when you're TNC, you're rooted. Let's say you're part of that Phoenix Army, and you're really hoping that they can adjust from this, just like we were even from the previous series with, say, Smart Omega. You have to be able to see the changes that can be made here. As we take a look at the draft recap from game 1, what are those changes for TNC?
We were hoping for the Ruby. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, maybe it's just too much crowd control. And what do you think? Is it too much overthinking and not being utilized more of the things? Because, as you said, they were outdrafted right now in game.
When you think about it, the lineup of TNC Pro Team, honestly, in any other scenario could have gone well. One of the biggest things that made them struggle is the fact that their gold lane was just completely stomped. Kelra played a much better game than Nomad. And TNC, because of their rotational importance, they did a lot of stuff in the middle of the map. They could have helped out Nomad more. But clearly, he was struggling against Kelra in lane.
Yeah. And as we look at our MPL Season 13 comics by Kapitan Tambay, you don't want to play with me.
Yep.
Is it because I'm not that strong?
They don't want to play because you're a Fanny main.
It's really funny how you made Naisu read out the lines of the lighter complexion character.
Was that planned?
A bit.
Okay. Shout out to
Kapitan Tambay. What's with the Fanny main these days?
I feel like honestly, I don't know. Maybe this is a Philippines thing, but I feel like everybody in the Philippines at one point was a Fanny main.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I wasn't. I was not. I was always a Gord main.
Yeah,
that's it.
You were the one getting chased by Fanny mains.
Yes.
Me too.
But I felt like some of the best Fanny players in the world came from here.
Yep.
Came from this region. There's
From
something
the
about
Philippines.
From the Philippines.
You know, we are in
And he was carrying the same. He's still carrying the same color.
Yeah. Speaking of, again, one of the most iconic Fanny players in the world right now, Kyrie, even though it's been a while since we've seen him rock out the Assassins in Indonesia, we are in a generation of MLBB esports fans who are surprised to hear that Kyrie is a Filipino.
Wait, really?
Yeah. There are comments that I would see going like, wait, why are you guys talking about Kyrie? Is Kyrie from the Philippines? Is Kyrie Filipino? So there's a completely new generation who completely missed out on the era of Kyrie being here in the Philippines, him being one of the prolific Filipino imports.
So they're assuming he's just Indonesian.
Yeah.
Well,
cool.
he's pretty good with Bahasa. Indonesian, right? Like he's
not like Yawi. Dude, Yawi has learned Bahasa quick.
I was surprised
Even
when
Sanford.
I seen the clip.
Yeah. Saya masih belajar bahasa Indonesia. Mohon maaf jika
Whoa!
Whoa.
Even Renmar.
Slow down, bro.
Even Renmar. Have you been studying?
No.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Is that right?
Huge shout out to our Indonesian watchers right there.
Terima kasih, y'all.
Hey, I'm allowed to say it as American as possible.
Yeah.
Man, I love Indonesia. I've been enjoying the food.
If you were Indonesian, that'd be your name, nice. Terry Makasi.
First name Terry.
First name Terry, last name
Makasi.
I love me some mee goreng. Is that where mee goreng from there?
Bro, I love mee goreng.
Think so? Yeah.
Mee goreng and also the chili paste.
Sambal, bro.
Sambal, it's the best.
Sambal's the best.
And even the fried chicken.
Yeah.
We went from Kyrie to now the food.
The food. Again, huge shout out to the Indonesian fans watching our stream right now. It's ONIC Philippines. Well, it's obviously we could be still talking about Kyrie because again, these are the origin of the Filipino players who made the MLBB scene great globally.
It's funny because yesterday we took a look at the what we call it, the eras of ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, the tour.
And the tour that they had, and this was, really explaining some of that history there. So maybe some people learned some things yesterday, right? But the main thing here is it's the adjustments that need to be made for TNC because I've always wanted to see TNC get back to that form that we saw them back in season 9.
Yeah.
Where they were something about things were just clicking. But when you look at that starting lineup from season 9, look what's happening now. I mean, even Escalera, right? He's on the other side this time.
Wearing a different color.
Wearing a different color, playing against an old organization that he used to play for. But like his improvement from that period of time to where he is now is kind of going back to the whole point earlier where we're like, what makes a player grow? And so with Escalera back before being on TNC and now where he is now for ONIC Philippines, this guy has grown. And he's showing it even just with the Arla. So step one as we get to the draft here, I'd love to see TNC either take the Arla or at least ban it out. Don't give this to Escalera to make those plays that we've seen him do from yesterday to now, game one earlier. There it is.
Heard it.
They heard.
Wow.
Good. That's a good ban.
Right away. Xborg and Minotaur.
Yeah.
But onto the blue side of the priority. Hard to say again, 0% win rate for TNC.
I mean, they haven't had a lot of wins this season. Wait, so if they're 0% of the red side, oh, that means the two games that they won against Blacklist International, they were on the blue side. Oh, wait. Sorry,
Yeah.
you said, wait, was that 0% win rate on which side for TNC?
Blue.
Ah, so it was on the red side when they won up against Blacklist.
Yeah.
Blue side.
Ooh,
Blue
cool.
side, blue
All
side.
right. So they take out the Fred. Oh, I like this. They respect the Arlot and then the Fredrin of ONIC PH. So in terms of the first picks, I think we're at past the point of teams solely just looking at the trade of Vexana Novaria.
Wow.
That's a new hero.
Vexaria.
He just made a great
The
combo.
Vexaria
there.
combo.
That's a new hero.
So if I'm TNC here, I actually wouldn't think about picking up the Novaria here. I was actually thinking they'd first pick the Baksha, but then ONIC, I think, read into it. So if they're going to first pick, even though the Novaria information would be good, but Tilda finally being available for them could be a great pickup with Super Yoshi. They want to be the ones that set the pace. With how ONIC play, I feel like the best way to counter the Escalera playstyle is pressure him into thinking about protecting his jungle instead of him being the one setting the tempo here. But because of the trade-off, ONIC will get the Nolan, and they're going to be getting the Barret. So it's a Barret's EXP lane, but it's ONIC. I'm not surprised if they're thinking, hey guys, what if we roam or mid this?
Oh yeah, that is still a flex option because
We've seen mid lane Barrets already from Xord and Omega, and that almost worked.
Yeah. This dinosaur is just so effective in all ways.
I also just love the fact that they got Nolan this time because, you know, this is... we were talking about it even going into the series. We won, like, King Kong's play style was known for the being a great assassin and everything else. Now that he gets to Nolan, we know that there's a struggle, too, when Nolan is actually picked up for some teams, regardless of the region. It's almost, in a way, like... Even when we talk about Fanny, where you really have to be able to support that, getting the resources, getting the farm that you need. But with a Nolan, you have a little more wiggle room, I would say. But again, going against this, now the carry and CC are locked in.
Yeah, quickly, right away.
I
thought I really thought they'd go Roger.
Okay.
I was gonna say I was looking at you, trying to see what motion you were doing.
Yeah, I was excited. I was like, "Oh, that's a Roger!"
Red Rumors are so excited about that. Like Nathan, well, Cameron's a good standing with the Nathan as well.
He played this yesterday, I believe. Wait, did Cameron play this yesterday?
The Nathan?
I believe he. Well, Nate. That's what I'm saying. Nathan, in general, is one of those heroes
Yeah.
that does work out. And yeah, Kelra did play it yesterday, and it
2
just
wins
took
for
some
Lee.
time. It just took some time to build up.
It's 2 wins for ONIC for that Nathan. So it's already tried and tested. What makes sense now, high burst, so they have someone to bridge it into the mid game for the Nathan. So part of me is kind of hoping that we actually see this Barrets in the mid.
You're hoping for it.
Yeah, because you get really fast wave clear. You get a very annoying Nolan and Barrett that if you played well, you get to provide a lot of space for the Nathan. They just need to pair it up with a good roamer. Escalera might end up with something more utility-minded. What if he actually considers the Rafaela?
Going all full sustain and movement speed?
They might be considering a strat here that was showed by Omega, which was the Rafaela roam the mid Barretts.
Oh, that could make it. Well, if they want to rotate quickly, because again, they're going to be up against a carry in a mid to late game answer, and they want to put pressure right on from then on. So if that's the answer, if the Rafaela, Barretts, and also Nolan could be the way to just quickly move things around the map, that's one way just to put pressure on every lane.
Yeah, and they take away the Grok of Escalera too. I was thinking that could have been a great Grok pickup here for ONIC, but TNC have read into that. So they're forcing ONIC to show their hand of, okay, what potentially weird thing are you thinking of here?
Want to make friends with Nana?
No, okay.
No mid Barretts.
Are they cooking up something weird?
What?
Is the curveball the last pick? I don't know. Like, this is... The face value of this, you're kind of just assuming, right? Barrett's going into that XP lane. You got the Nana now here. Nathan and Nolan.
Oh, yes!
Wow. My queen. Finally.
Aurora. Aurora.
There is a reason though why she kind of fell out of the meta, but it's good to see her.
Dude, I gotta say, this is probably one of the best hero portraits right here.
Yeah.
This Aurora one.
Really good.
It's really great.
Oh.
Wow, a debut pick, and TNC is really getting on this confident choice for Aurora. Mid lane up against Nana. Huge coverage by the AoE ultimate as well.
Oh, are they gonna go to Rizla? They need something tanky here. X-board. Mark this junk. Okay. Oh yeah, excuse me, the CC.
I'm not a single.
So what's the roam here for Eska?
Smell a gunpowder in the morning.
Oh my goodness, we forgot about.
2 debut picks, boys. Franco.
We forgot about. He's a Viking. I was gonna say the pirate. He's the Viking.
The Viking of the Marathon.
The Viking.
I'm actually leaning a little bit more towards TNC.
I miss the days when we would hold our breath waiting for a hook to land.
Yeah.
Now we can see it.
And we've been seeing it from Ben Things back then.
Yeah, I'll never forget. There was
Former teammate.
There was a time I counted hooks, and then people were mad at me for counting hooks because I didn't count for hooks in Season 7. It was Season 9.
Season 9.
It was Season 9. I counted hooks of a player. Then they told me, why didn't you do this back in Season 7? I'm sorry. I didn't think of it.
Okay. You want to do it again?
No. It's
Okay.
really tiring to count hooks, you know. it's really tiring.
But it's really a fun game to watch when there is a Franco. Because we've been waiting to see this kind of like a tempo-based momentum setup that could come from a different composition, and we're seeing debut picks Aurora for the first time. We're gonna see it again. No, first time rather, and I'm excited to see this.
Whoa, look at that
4-man leash rush.
Whoa. Look at this rush. Not to mention a great skin from Raizen. Had to grab that while you could.
Oh, I have that.
If
No.
Escalera somehow hooks this, no way.
Oh.
Oh!
Escalera! Oh my god! He just stopped that whole plan. And meanwhile, King Kong gets the purple. What a player!
He's probably saying on his mind, hey, Coach Ben Things, I know you've been doing this on your TikToks. Is this how you do your reset if you're doing or using a Franco? Well, I can still do it.
Bro, I can't believe my casters cursed that.
You called it.
I don't think he would. Flicker, hook, that's a play.
Called it, Renmar.
Yeah.
Right on point.
Yeah, and what that does is, again, that completely messes up the early rotation here of TNC Pro Team.
Yeah.
So that encourages them to pull off a more of a risky play at some point later on. Because now King Kong's going to reach level 4 first. The Martis is grasping at straws. With that round, the level lead. See, only level 2. He's only about to hit level 3. So TNC, for the first few rotations, are going to be occupied with just making sure that Raizen gets his farm and gets to level 4.
Wow, there's so much that could happen from the two composition of TNC and ONIC Philippines. Go ahead, comment down, start a discussion to our online viewers right now in the English stream. What do you think of this? Comment down. Aurora and Franco that showed up. Will the composition work?
I think it's going to be a big testament for once we get to these objectives.
Yeah.
Even with this turtle, TNC doing a pretty good job at actually controlling this part for now. So for ONIC Philippines, how do they deal with this again? We don't even have a contestation, really. Raizen going to get that first turtle. So even given how that whole early exchange went, first turtle in the hands of TNC.
Yeah, and it's borrowing from the fact that ONIC PH understand the type of lineup that they're up against. They have the Martis. Oh,
Gem going to eat up the target right here. He's in trouble. Look at the burst damage from King Kong, but Heads still able to survive even with that vengeance. So ONIC Philippines will not be able to find the kill they're looking for.
This is what I hate about going up against an XP lane CC. When she has the vengeance, completely sustaining back with her lifesteal, she just lives and just smiles with his yo-yo. Her yo-yo.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, TNC ONIC PH understand the lineup of TNC have a lot of zoning. Your Franco is good. Yes, you have the hooks. Yes, you